Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise, and wowza, I am confused right now. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, this is weird. You guys can hear me okay, right? Because I had to like re-plug everything back in when I moved my computer back, so I just want to make sure everybody can hear me correctly. Can hear everything that I am saying and doing to make sure that yes, perfect. Okay. So that's the thing. Law and Crime chat says there's no court until tomorrow, but Law and Crime is showing live coverage upcoming, so I'm confused on what is actually going on right now. Like I am confused. Regardless of if there is or if there isn't. We're doing a show, so there's that. But I am totally confused here as to what is going on. I heard the judge say that Friday would be a full day, and I never knew it was an option for it to be a half a day at all on a Friday. So I am utterly confused on that. I never heard her say anything about it being a half a day for Friday. So when she said it was a full day, I was like, okay, and why wouldn't it be a full day is the question. Like, sorry guys, I'm trying to like fix all the things that were moved around yesterday on my screen here. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, okay. So here's what I'm seeing, okay? Usually if there's no court or they're not, what makes me suspicious is there things that the court needs to do for this case, but that the jury doesn't need to be there for? Because if they need like a whole day to argue something for some reason that the jury can't be there for, they would give the jury the day off, but it would still happen. So I'm confused. Like, it looks like there is something going on as far as actual yeah, I'm seeing other creators right now waiting for it. Like, so I'm utterly confused here. I'm looking. Okay, I see Kevin has his scheduled for 8:45 for day 8. I don't know. Court TV has it. Law and Crime, NBC 10. I feel like, yeah, if there wasn't anything, then we wouldn't be seeing any of this. So I am very solid in thinking that we do absolutely have court today. I have it right here on the screen. So he is, Christina, unfortunately still free. But the judge said that he would take a look at it. Like, so he took it under advisement. So what that means is the judge, what I'm guessing, and this is, I had this discussion with a couple of people yesterday, is he probably wants to take it, look up the preceding cases that apply to it, and use them appropriately when giving a decision. So he didn't rule from the bench. But if he was going to just straight deny it and not revoke the bail at all, and he knew he wasn't going to do that, then he would have ruled right there on the bench, like, I'm not doing that. So, I mean, that's a good sign that the judge is sort of on the fence about what they're going to do or what he's going to do. So yesterday took a while because, you know, of course, the bail revocation came in and then he had to be there in person. So they called him in there in person. Right? Thirsty Thursday with your coffee. Everybody get your coffee out. Get your, you know, do me a favor. If you already haven't, hey, Lucia, haven't seen you. So many smart people here. I didn't do my morning spiel anyway, but do me a favor, okay? While you're all here, make sure you hit the like button, all right? While you're not missing any court stuff, go back out, hit the like button, and then come back in. We need those like buttons hit, boop, boop, boop. And then make sure you hit the subscribe button. That's very, very helpful always for the show. We are just we're this big and we want to grow, you know? So we need your help to do so. If you can, and only if you can, obviously, donate to the channel. It's very, very helpful. trial days over 8 hours of streaming are extremely slow for donations for the channel. And those help me cover things like the costs associated with doing this. So most days, sadly enough, but most days, I don't even break $100 on trial days. That's 8+ hours of streaming. So it's very slow for the channel on those days. So keep that in mind. Even it doesn't make any logical sense to me. I'll tell you that much, because on days that I'm doing like a 3 or 4 hour show, it's like a normal amount. It's much lower on trial days. So we need all the help we can get here. We don't have 20,000 viewers. We don't have 30,000. We don't have 60,000. We're still trying to chug along to 3,000. So we want to grow this amazing community that we have, and I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of the way my community interacts with each other. I'm very proud of how smart they are. I am very proud at how they're there for each other. He is walking on thin ice. That is what the judge told him. Judge told him he is walking on thin ice. Good news for my UK friends who asked about a different option other than PayPal. I got an email yesterday saying my Revolut account should be up to and ready, but something about it, it's going to be new, like a new account number or new. So I am going to try to sign into that while some stuff is going on there and see if I can get the information up on the screen for you guys for that. For my UK friends, outside of PayPal, you'll now have the Revolut option. Also, anybody in the US can use it too, but UK to US and vice versa, this was a good option that I was told by a friend. I was looking into things, and that was one of the ones that she had said. So I looked it up, and that's what we got. So have that option coming for you guys. I don't know. Maybe it's a voir dire. I can't remember if there was something else scheduled. Could be a voir dire. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. What holiday? It's not a holiday today. Today's not a holiday. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Whether they do or not, irrelevant. We're still here nonetheless. The fact that the judge sat there and had to listen to that whole the thing that I didn't play, like I didn't play it because A, it's cringeworthy. B, I feel like it's a threat. It's definitely a veiled threat, and that's what he does best, are veiled threats, but one's live in 24 hours. Yeah, see, that's weird. People have already set them to go for tomorrow. I understand what's happening here. Either way, we're here nonetheless. Well, so then this dum-dum went and did another live, right? This dummy McDummerson went and did another live as he was driving home, doxing people and doing all sorts of stuff. I don't think the judge is going to find that cute, that the second that you left court, you went and doxed people. It's not a cute thing to do. I'm just saying. It's just not. So, I mean, the judge had to watch that disgusting tirade of his and him using the word revenge and talking about how Jesus told him to do it, which is just utterly, my God, disgusting. I don't know how anybody could possibly, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand. I just don't get it. Like, I would have revoked the bill right then and there. Once again, I think the judge wants to do his due diligence when it comes to certain things. And I think he wants to write the case law, probably, especially because, I mean, that was so hard to watch. Bradel was whining like a baby back bitch. Please, Your Honor, please don't lock up my, please don't lock up my client. Please. Like, no. See, you can't just scream, please. And then here's the thing. He asks the judge to make a finding that will stop Norfolk County from dragging his client in there for his First Amendment. Bro, First Amendment is not absolute. And like the judge said, he made him stand up at the end, and I thought, oh shit, they're going to take him. But the judge said, Mr. Kinney, stand up. I said, you're on thin ice. You are on thin ice with the words that you're using. You know, like, no, it's not a court holiday. Not that I know of. Usually the only court holidays are federal holidays. It has to be a federal holiday for court not to be on. I mean, either way, we're here. So looks like a lot of the things are set for tomorrow. They're just popping up right now. Either way, we're here because we have to go over some things that happened anyway. But interesting to me. Like, it's no, the 11 o'clock thing was definitely about the families. Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's no, maybe if there isn't, we're still here anyway. So it is what it is. But well, that's my problem, right? I agree, Christina. It was 100% a violation of his bond, and he keeps doing it over and over. The problem is at what point does, hate speech or veiled threats, dog whistles, at what point do they become a problem when it's a behavior that's happened over and over and over and over? This is how he tries to circumvent the law. Now, if I was Cosgrove, okay, if I was Cosgrove, I argue that this isn't just a one-off and that Mr. Kearney loves to try to circumvent the law by using his excuse that he's not actually threatening someone by using dog whistles and veiled threats. That's his way around the law. It's unacceptable, no matter what way you slice it. It just is. Like, good morning, Diana. Good morning, age 99. I mean, yes, the problem that I have with the judges in my state, in Massachusetts, are that they're not voted in. So essentially, these judges can get away with pretty much anything they want, and nothing is ever going to happen. Nothing. In order to remove a judge in this state, it has to go through a committee and then has to be voted on by the lawmakers, and almost never makes it out of a committee. Almost never. There's 3 judges that I know of that have been trying to have been removed by representatives for the past 6-8 years. Not a single one of them has actually been removed, but they should have. Why? Because it never made it out of committee. If judges were voted in, then that kind of bad behavior, they could be voted right the hell back out. You know, like they're appointed, and that's that. But and the other problem I have, not with just judges here, but judges like in general, are they can just retire, and that's that. It stops any proceedings against them. They can just retire and be like, all right, I'm out of here. Like, what? Like, law day? Never heard of that a day in my life. I mean, it very well can be, but I've never heard of that. You know, what really gets me is that he bets on other people doing his dirty work, okay? So he bets on him putting the dog whistle out or the veiled threat, and then the mob of very unhinged individuals doing it for him. That is what he bets on. And that is what he's been doing for years now, long before this case ever existed, mind you, okay? Long before this case ever existed. So this is just something that, like, goes to why did Karen Reed feel she needed to use him as a flying monkey and a useful idiot of all people in the world? Of all the people in the world, this is who you chose. Here's the kicker. At some point, she realized he was a liability. He was unhinged. He was no good. And she tried to distance herself from him. But what happened? Can anybody answer that question, class? What happened? I'll tell you what happened. He went and tried to blackmail her into submission, as he has done to many other victims long before this case existed and long after. Threatening to go to the Mass State Police, to the DA. I'll go to Tully, he says. He threatened her. Alan Jackson says, well, that's blackmail. No shit, Sherlock. What do you think he's been doing to people for years before that? Blackmail. If you don't do X, Y, or Z, I will release this embarrassing thing about you, or I'll just write lies and everybody will believe me. So that is what we're dealing with. Okay. Like that's what we're dealing with. But at some point, good morning, Anna. At some point, even Karen knew he was a fucking liability and tried to back out of this relationship with him and had no choice but to get right back in it because of his blackmail threats. Disgusting. Disgusting. I mean, to be honest, I think probably, I mean, it's an unlimited, the Commonwealth doesn't have like a cap on how much they can pay someone, you know. May 2nd, Friday is court. Yeah, I guess so. They're all popping up, but I started to look and it says in 24 hours. And I'm like, well, I don't set mine that usually that ahead because I feel like it pops up, you see it and you're like, oh, fuck. Like now I got to wait all that time. So I don't set mine that far ahead in time for a reason because I'm a watcher of other things, YouTube, right? And it aggravates me. So I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to do that. But I can answer this as to like which side. Anybody screaming free Karen Reid, that's who. Most days I do trial is 8+ hours of work, just the stream. Then before and after the stream, I have other things I have to do related to, and then on top of my regular housework and all that other stuff. Like, so, I mean, like yesterday was a little difficult. I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday I got one headphone in and I got Jen McCabe in this headphone and I'm watching this screen that you guys are watching me on my computer. I'm watching this screen and listening to Jen McCabe here. In my other hand, I have my phone and I am watching the Zoom hearing with the sewer turtle to find out if his bail was revoked. Okay. So I have it up here so I can listen and then I'm going to like doing this. So I'm literally trying to listen and watch two things at once. Two things at once. You should be able to see me, Smitty Lee. Everybody can see me, right? Might just be you. Could just be like slow loading or something. So I don't want to forget this question because I will answer it in a second, Eva. So for me, I'm going to do this. Like, this is how much, not only I love you guys, but this is an important, like everybody on planet Earth who knows that the man is a drain on society knows that he should be locked up. Okay. So I'm like, for the love of God, let there be justice in this world and throw his ass where he belongs, in jail. So I'm listening and I'm watching here and I'm listening and I'm watching here and I'm like listening to Jen and I'm like, son of a bitch, like, calm it down, Alan Jackson. You're not riling her. You're not getting her mad. Like, and that's what started to make him a little upset is he wasn't making her upset or mad like the first trial. So he got a little pissed off at that. And then I'm listening to what's happening in the courtroom and watching what I can hear. And the judge had to watch the whole tirade. And he looked like, holy Jesus Christ. Like, that was really like, I think the judge was taken back when they said Cosgrove asked to watch it. And it was there. I'm like, oh, for the love of God. But when I'm not doing double things like that, even if I'm just doing the streaming here, most trial days, if you're not free Karen Reid, you're not making hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Trial days are the slowest days when it comes to donations for my channel because I don't have monetization still. I'm still waiting on YouTube for that. I don't have the option of memberships and paid per view. And even that, like when you get paid per view, like it's like 3 cents for every like 3,000 or 1,000 views. It's like very low. It's not anything crazy, but your memberships, your merch, like that kind of stuff can make you a decent amount of money depending on what the tiers are and what the charges are. I don't have any of that. None of it. Zero. So currently I have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. So that's all. So 8+ hours, I'm usually not even breaking $100. So I love when they use the excuse of, well, you're all just grifters. That's why you think Karen's guilty. And it's like, please rub your brain cells together. Rub your brain cells together, one that you got each. Rub them together and use your brain. Like, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. All of the money comes from the free Karen Reed crowd of people who want to say, she's innocent. She's factually innocent. If I have to get factually innocent one more time, it's like a facepalm statement. There's no facts that show she's innocent. None. Zero. Not a single one. Like, you want to say that she should be found not guilty because you think the investigation was bad? Cool. I can respect that's what you think. And I can respect that that's your opinion. We can have some debates about that. But for you to say she's factually innocent, there's not a fact that she's innocent. Show me one fact. Show me where. What fact? Like, what fact? Oh, for the love of God. I mean, I feel like they just can't do anything else but disparage other people. It's like, unfortunately a thing that they do, So that's exactly what I said, Eva. If nothing happens, then what we have been digging into all this time, it would be true about somebody helping or protecting him. Because no one, and I mean no one, gets that many chances and nothing happens to them. Something is up. We all know that. We all knew that when the U.S. Attorney's Office decided they were going to do some shady ass shit when it came to this case. Like, by the way, if I didn't get to your email yesterday or your DM or whatever, don't be mad at me. I literally fell asleep putting my kid to sleep last night and it was early. I was tired. So I promise you, after this stream, since there's no court today, it looks like, I will answer all of them. I will make all the phone calls. I promise. Because today won't be an 8-hour stream if there's no court. We will probably go until about 11:30-ish, probably around there. So I'll do the best that I can, but just bear with me here. We're going to play a couple little things and look at a couple things from the last week of, trial and all that. So give me, all right. There are lots of facts, William. Lots of facts. Oh, Melanie Little. I don't know how some of you do Melanie Little. I can't do it. Like, I can't. Just because he's always in court doesn't mean that doesn't, you still, okay. Just because you still have to go to court, right? If you're charged with something, like, you would still have court dates. That doesn't mean that somebody isn't helping you behind the scenes so that you don't get locked up or that they don't drag it out for you. Like, there are plenty of ways to protect someone. You still have to have the court dates, or that would just tell the world that you're helping them if you just magically up and poof the court dates. Like, that's not how it works. Like, I'm not saying someone's helping to the point where they're going to dismiss the charges, because clearly that's not what's happening. But there is someone, and I don't care who it is, it's someone behind the scenes sort of helping along to make sure that he doesn't sit in a jail cell again. And if you knew what I knew, you'd say the same thing. Like, why would Morrissey help him? Does that even make any logical sense? I don't think so. We've tried that, Harpo. We have tried that. We have called there. Good luck getting a call back. Good luck. Try the Attorney General's office. Good luck there as well. Like, you have to kind of know someone to get in over there, get a meeting, He's not the only one who could help him. That's not true at all. Higher entities can help. He's not the only one who could. That's not true at all. She did do a fabulous cross, an absolute fabulous cross. Once again, I mean, I think Alan Jackson was getting a little bit upset that he didn't get her upset. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what he was aiming for, is to get her upset, like he did last time. And that sort of just didn't work out for him the way he thought it was going to. Then you have him saying things like, well, I can't end it on this, Your Honor, which we're going to watch. But that speaks volumes to me. Like, that's the judge had to step in and be like, all right, jurors, like, to be honest, though, we all knew, all of us, we all knew that if she didn't take control of her courtroom, if Hank Brennan had asked the same question 72 times and got the same answer 72 times, guess what would have happened? Guess what would have happened? She would have stepped in immediately and said, all right, Mr. Brennan, can we speed this up? She's already answered the question. Next question. Yet that didn't happen when it came to Alan Jackson. Didn't happen. Did we ever find out what happened with the family meeting sidebar yesterday? All we know is that they had that meeting. That's all we know, is that they had the meeting with the families without the reporters in the courtroom. What do you mean she never talks to Brennan like that? You're telling me that she never tells Brennan to hurry up, that the person's already answered the question and to move on? She absolutely has. I mean, what trial are you watching? Like, she has a million times. She absolutely has told him to move on. They've already answered the question. Next question. She absolutely 100% has. It was on Zoom. So you realize that before this case ever existed, right? This judge was a defense-leaning judge. She was a defense attorney. Okay, so she worked in the attorney's, the public defender's office and did like murder cases. The judge, Beverly Cannone. So she did murder cases. For her clients were like murderers. Okay, so she was very defense-leaning as a judge long before Karen Reed's case ever came about. And so I guess if you sit in an echo chamber, maybe that's what you notice. But I would implore you to go back and watch the proceedings when it comes to Brennan asking questions, even the voir dire. Like, once he starts asking a question that the answer is the same, the judge will move him along. She's like, okay, Mr. Brennan, that was already the answer. Move it along. Next question. And there are some basic motions that should have been given easily to Brennan that were not given. There were some things that the Commonwealth put motions in for to have things like kept out because Rule 14 violations. Those things should have been solved before trial, and any other court would have excluded those experts. Like, so the fact that she didn't exclude them, she basically told the defense, like, hey, we know that you've lied to the court. You haven't brought candor to the court. You lied purposefully numerous times, but I'm still going to let you do whatever you want, but please knock off the nonsense, right? Then the defense continues with said nonsense. And what does she do about it? She says, knock it off. Don't do that. If the Commonwealth had done what the defense had done in this case would have been dismissed. They would have pulled these charges and she'd have been free as a bird. They would have excluded the expert. You can make a bet on it. So this is what starts to get me is, let's be fair on both sides here. Like, let's be fair. If we're going to be fair, be fair. The judge has given many, many gifts to the defense that no other judge that I know of in this state would have given them, especially after numerous Rule 14 violations, especially after all those violations. Oh, don't tell people where you live, girl. Don't dox yourself. I have a lot of people that I know that live in Canton as well. I don't live in Canton myself, but I know some people that do. I don't live far though. But I'm talking about, like, this is my take versus like the law and what I've watched in the Massachusetts courts for a long time. She has been defense leaning before this case, and it is very apparent that she is defense leaning in this case because she has given things that no other judge is going to give. You can't have a bunch of Rule 14 violations that are deliberate and on purpose. And I don't know if this is the first time you're watching my channel, but I'm pretty good when it comes to predicting what's going to happen in any given circumstance. And the morning of the voir dire for ARCA, I had said, now you watch. One of two things are going to happen here. Either ARCA, they're delayed, or they're not going to show up, or they show up And Dr. Wolf says that he doesn't have any of those text messages either, because they can't bring something that's going to look even worse in front of the judge. So you got to get rid of them, right? Jackson got rid of him. Dr. Wolf got rid of them. They both magically got rid of over 100 text messages. Now, once again, if this was the Commonwealth that had done this, and there was repeated Rule 14 violations that were deliberate and on purpose, and there was not candor to the court because of it, you lied to the court, this case would have been dismissed outright. It would have been done. The judge has given and given and given and given and given and given to the defense. She has cut off Brennan many times and told him to move along. The question's already been asked. That was already the answer. But she allows Jackson and the defense team to go further and further and further every time before she stops them. Does she stop them eventually? Sometimes. Not all the time. I mean, we saw Jen McCabe answer the same question like a dozen or more times. If that was Brennan, just like when he was doing the voir dire of Dr. Wolf, she would have stopped him already. You know, like, it kind of feels like a Twilight Zone Christina, right? Tell your mom we said hi. Hi, Christina's mom. Hi, Christina's mom. No, like, really seriously, try to watch, like, you know, both sides. Don't just watch one side. Watch both. Like, and do a little bit of research on, like, criminal law procedure and trials and stuff like that. Like, maybe watch a couple other, like, trials in Massachusetts that have happened more recently, with the way, like, cross-examinations work and with the way, like, judges don't allow, like, comments. It's very clear Alan Jackson knew his little comments from the first trial were abundant and overly ridiculous, and she was very clear with him, no comments. Yet he goes on and on with his comments, and that can taint a jury. That's a problem. Like, it's a very serious problem. At least when Brennan had his comments, most of them were the voir dire where there's no jury in the room. Like, he did have a couple comments. Can't blame him, though. I mean, Dr. Wolf definitely lied, and he committed perjury at least twice that I know of. Like, yeah, Paul moved his chair where he was sitting. She has been defense leaning long before this case existed, though. And that's, like, you know what I mean? She does let them get away with quite a bit. That's for damn sure. The like button would be super helpful. I would very much appreciate it. I got a couple phone calls to make to some of you actually after this live stream. First and foremost, my friend Tracy, because I fell asleep last night putting my child to bed because she likes me to rub her head. And so I literally fell asleep rubbing her head. So I did not get to call her. So nothing happened yet. The judge took it under, basically he's going to review whether he's going to revoke the bail or not. But I'll tell you this, usually if they're gonna, and they know that they're going to do it, they do it like right there. But also on the other hand, if they know they're not going to at all, they'll say right there, like, no, we're not revoking it. So that means the judge is in a middle ground right now. The judge feels like he's got to look over some of the law possibly, because otherwise he would have just denied it outright or done it. That means he doesn't know what he's going to do. I agree that he probably should have been locked up, you know? Oh, girl, no, listen, you don't want to dox yourself. I promise you. Like, even me being like public and doing my shows publicly, it's bad. The stuff that these people are willing to do just because they don't agree with you is like really bad, like on a daily basis. So like, don't dox yourself. You don't want it. Believe me, it's really like obnoxious, and some of the stuff these people do is like very unhinged. Like, but he wasn't hired by the feds. That's the thing. They were hired by the feds originally. The defense then hired them for the case and paid them after the trial was over. But there are rules of criminal procedure and conduct for lawyers. If there is a promise or a inducement of a payment or a promise or even an expectation that that expert is going to be paid, you have to tell the court and the Commonwealth that it's required. And they hid it on purpose, very deliberately, and then lied to the court about it. What, Allie? That is not cool. Not cool, dude. Doxing is just not cool in general. I don't care if you hate someone. The Commonwealth, I mean, this argument falls flat on its face for two reasons. Number one, the Commonwealth is not going to hire an expert that the U.S. Attorney's Office used when it was very clear at that point that the U.S. Attorney's Office investigation was biased from the start, because they only took evidence from the defense, would not take anything from the Commonwealth, did not ask anything of the Commonwealth for any evidence having to do with this case. And yet still, I'll point out, they found nothing. No corruption, no collusion, no giant cover up. They found nothing of the sort, even though from the start they were asked to do this investigation. Make no mistake, if I'm the Commonwealth, I'm not hiring those guys. I'm not hiring them, especially because, as we know, the federal government only gave them specific pieces of information and said, don't look into anything else. No text stream data, but they're text stream data experts. Make it make sense. Like, I would never hire them. Also, let's be clear, on the same day that the federal government said, okay, either one of you sides can hire them, is the same day that the defense went in and called them to retain them. So even if the Commonwealth wanted to, which they never would have, where was the time for them to do that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, also, I would not use them. It's common sense on why they wouldn't use them. It's common sense. I would not use them. Not by a long shot. I would get an independent expert that had nothing to do with the federal government. And the federal government's investigation started as a favor. Let's just make that clear. Like, and that's another thing though, but it was already found by the court that they lied. The defense lied to the court about the payments to ARCA and whether they were retained for the first trial or not, and then for the second trial. They were retained and paid for the first trial, again for the second trial, but all the communications in between them were hidden, and then they lied about them deliberately. That's a serious issue. What are you hiding? If there's nothing to hide and they're so independent, why would you need to lie to the court the way they did? You wouldn't. I don't understand what that means. What do you mean? What do you mean Bev is not like this in the last trial? Yes, she did. Yeah, she was the same in the last trial as she was in this one. Exactly that. They were hired to find a different theory than the Commonwealth. And also given limited information. Why would the Commonwealth hire them? The feds hired them, but who called the feds in? Who were the feds there for? So, like, that argument only stands up if the feds are some independent investigation. As we know now, that is not the case, and it's not what happened. Which is why the lady who took over the U.S. Attorney's Office, Leah, has closed it down immediately because she did not appreciate what Josh Levy did or how he did it. The Fed investigation wasn't independent. They didn't stay magically to investigate the entirety of it, or they would have taken every piece of evidence they could from anywhere. That's how you do an investigation. You take every piece of evidence. You don't just take things from the defense. You don't just take phone calls from the defense. Like, that's not how it's done. Not how it's done at all. So we look weird to people because we're giving you facts? Make that make sense. Stop it. Like, stop it. Really, realistically. And if you're here saying anti-Karen Read looks weird to people, then you really clearly have no idea that there's plenty of people in this chat right here and in this channel watching it that actually think that she should be let go. But they come here and have actual debates about actual pieces of evidence. They ask questions. They go check the stuff. They don't just take what they're told by Karen's camp and her jolly band of, you know, YouTubers and repeat talking points that are debunked, like 227. That's been debunked at least a dozen times at this point. Like, I mean, the judge should, but will the judge is the question? I don't know. That's another thing. Funny, because the only person they didn't investigate, right, was Karen herself. Yet they cleared everyone else. Well, to be fair, that motion to dismiss is dead on arrival anyway. So, and that's the thing, right? If it was your family, I don't think you'd be squawking about what if they both hired ARCA. And, like, the Commonwealth was never going to hire a biased place. What? No, knowing what they know, I would have never hired them either. And also, when was there the time to hire them? They hired them the defense hired them the same day that the federal government said, sure, go ahead, anybody can talk to them and hire them now. The same day they called, the same day. So where would there have been time to do that? Even if the Commonwealth did. Also, it wouldn't have made sense for the Commonwealth to hire them. I wouldn't have. 100%. Well, that's the thing. Like, I mean, you're here to listen or you're here not to. You're here to have like normal debates or you're not. But yeah, see, common sense should be required. You're right. So when the expert for the actual software that is used for the to look at the extraction from Jen's phone says 2:27 a.m. didn't happen, that a DB wall file cannot be a timestamp for a Google search. It's a timestamp for a tab, right? And then someone named Jessica Hyde, who teaches this stuff as well, comes in and debunks it again as well. But the guy who is not even certified in Celebrite says, nope, the DB wall file is a timestamp. So everybody who does check says that's not a timestamp for a Google search. Okay, it's been debunked. It never happened until after 6 a.m. But those people are all wrong, right? That would be common sense. Richard Green is the one who's right because, like, he works for Celebrate, right? Oh, wait, he doesn't. That's Ian Whiffen. He teaches this stuff, right? Oh, nope, that's Jessica Hyde. Oh, he's at least certified in Celebrate, right? Oh, nope, definitely not. He called Ian Whiffen for help. And then when Ian Whiffen called him back, he didn't answer and he never returned the phone call to actually read the data he was looking at. That would be using your common sense to say, clearly 2:27 a.m. did not happen. It did not happen until after 6 a.m. That's called common sense. Yeah, that's what we talk about here. The truth. The truth, whether people like it or not. That's like so funny to me because they're not watching the same trial that everyone else on planet Earth is watching. Like, it's literally like Jen McCabe stayed so calm. I wouldn't have been that calm. You're accusing me of something I didn't do. No way. Like, bingo. Why didn't the feds stop the prosecution if they found? Once again, they were able to clear all the witnesses. Just to be clear here, the witnesses were cleared. Do you know who the only person who wasn't cleared in that federal corrupt, in my opinion, investigation was? Karen Reed herself, because she wasn't being investigated. So she's the only one who wasn't cleared. Should give everybody warm, fuzzy feelings. The amount of people's lives who have been upended by this is just ridiculous, in my opinion. You know, it's, you know, what's sad to me about that is the Sewage Herald wrote an article about Tom a long time ago that had a bunch of BS in it. And do you know why he wrote that article? Let me clue you in. This was long before Karen's case. But let me clue you in on why that article was written. That article was written because Tom had found out that the sewer turtle was cheating on his wife with Leah. And he didn't agree. He did not agree that that was a good look, right? He thought, well, you're cheating on your wife. It's not really a good look, my dude. And so he found out Aiden's little secret. So instead of Aiden coming clean and being like, yep, that's what I'm doing. Like, I apologize. It's probably not the best decision I have ever made. What did he do instead? He wrote a blog about Tom and how crazy Tom is, and Tom's threatening him, and tried to make himself the victim once again, and tried to make Tom the bad guy. Now, I'm not saying Tom's the good guy when it comes to this stuff, but he knows damn well, and this was years ago, but he knows damn well how easy it is for the sewer turtle to lie about anyone to hide his own behavior. He's been doing it for years, long before this case ever existed. So at this point, to still be a shill for him, it's gross. It's gross. Like, it literally is. You know how easy it is for you to be lied about because he didn't want his secret out there. Because as we found out later on, Tom was right. Aiden was the one lying and hiding things. Shocker, huh? Isn't that a giant shocker? But that seems to be the problem, right? Like, stuff that keeps happening over and over and over and over and over, and people aren't seeing the pattern there. They don't seem to understand this is something he's been doing long before this case ever existed. Like, absolutely not calling my dad in the middle of the night if I got in an accident. Not a thing. Yeah, that's like who says that? That's not normal. Also, it's probably not normal to constantly like talk about sex in the way that he does. Like, cool, like we all have healthy, like, talks about sex, jokes about sex, but like that's all the man ever talks about. It's a little disturbing and a little strange. Like, I am someone who was abused as a kid. Like, this just screams red flags to me about like his mental state. Like, that would be amazing because, as Cosgrove said so eloquently yesterday, he is not internet inclined. And you can't have somebody who is not internet inclined doing a case that has to do with the internet most of the time. Like, that's not a thing. Like, yeah, that was pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. Cosgrove is old. Okay. The man is old. He's also a retired judge. All right. So, I'm like, oh, this poor guy, like this poor guy. I agree with you there, Kings. I 100% agree with you that something needs to be, okay, there's a rule. There's a rule that the federal government doesn't talk about ongoing or closed investigations, or any investigations that they do for that matter. But it is not a law. They need to take some responsibility in what happened in this case, in my opinion. Yes, I get that the incoming U.S. attorney closed the case, was disgusted with what Levy did and how he did it. But at the same time, I believe it is their responsibility to make a statement after all of the hoopla that caused. It's a rule. It is not a law for the federal government or anything that has to do with investigations. They just can't talk about it. It's a rule that they can't. It's not a law. They hide behind it an awful lot because they don't want to answer important questions. There's no transparency. Like, it was a little, what's the word? Cringe. It was cringe. It was very cringe. Like, I mean, make no mistake, the judge has already been harassed. Death threats and the whole kit and caboodle. Hank's not a fan of the feds, and there's a reason, because he knows all about the federal corruption that goes back decades. He knows things that none of us do. You have to imagine his client as Whitey, like, he knows things that no one knows. So I bet that there's quite a few things he knows that could topple some of those 3-letter agencies, like, I just debated it without an insult. I don't know what you're talking about. I literally just debated it. Just debated plenty of things. Where was the insult? Getting common sense is not an insult. I would like to know where. Where was the insult? Well, why does the conspiracy theory keep changing too, B. Harley? First, it's he's in the house. Now it's the garage. Then at one point it was, no, we got beat up outside because they knew they couldn't prove him going in the house. They knew that the temperature of the phone battery proves that he never went in the house. So then it was, he got beat up outside already. Like, it has changed numerous times. Yeah, karma. Revenge means karma. That was about the stupidest answer I think I ever heard in my entire life. And also, if anybody noticed that he didn't have a legal argument to argue. Instead, Bradel just yelled, "Please, Your Honor, please." Please give us an order that the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office is not allowed to charge my client with crimes anymore for his dog whistles and veiled threats that harm people. Please, Your Honor, give us that because I'm sick and tired of coming in here when my client can't shut the hell up and stop committing crimes. That was basically his argument. Like, to a judge, that's what it sounded like. Because you can argue First Amendment all you want. First Amendment is not absolute. As we know, Supreme Court has said over and over and over, it's not absolute. Okay. You can't go into a theater and yell fire when there's no fire and cause chaos. This falls along the same lines. It's not a thing. You can't use veiled threats and dog whistles to have your mob do your dirty work for you. Like, right? Like, where's the insult? Show me where I insulted. Oh, this? You want this clip? You mean this one? This fun one? I mean, we don't have a super chat to make it clear because it says that, but like, this is the dance.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I have no words. Nope, no words. I have none. I have no words. No words, no words, no words. Just saying. Oh, welcome, JP. I'm glad you found us. Interested, though. Just a quick question. How did you find us? I'm always interested to see, like, how someone found the channel. Was it through someone else? Was it through, like, just YouTube itself? Like, where was it? Where was it through? 1 second. Yeah, that's another thing. So talk about revenge and karma. He then went and doxed someone immediately after leaving the courthouse. So I'm definitely sure that that person sent a complaint to the court asking it to be forwarded to the judge. So I'm going to bet that the judge is not going to appreciate him leaving the court and then doxing someone immediately. It's like spitting in the face of the court and the judge himself. I'm just saying. Like, just saying. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, the story keeps changing. The defense has to be privy to everything. So they have to have all the information the Commonwealth have. That's what reciprocal discovery is. Each side has to hand over what they have and what they're going to use in the trial to the other side. So if Hank was going to go over something about when they came, then that is how. There could be numerous ways, though, that they knew that. Well, here's the thing. When you're in a grand jury, you're like, they ask you questions and you answer them. Like, just like when you're on the stand, right? Like, they're asking questions, you answer them. There's no opportunity for you to just be like, oh, and by the way, since you didn't ask this question, I'm just going to answer it. Like, you can wait. Like, I'm not going to answer the question. But they don't get to, like, just say what they want to say whenever they want to say it. You have to, there's like a thing that happens. You know what I mean? Like, they're asking questions. They want the answers to the questions they're asking. They might ask you about a particular time or a particular place or whatever on what you remember, but you're not there to, like, just spew everything and anything you want without any sort of, what am I looking for here? Like, rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that one's so bad. I'll find it, but that one, if anybody has that, like, to send me, like, offhand, send it to my ex, please. Yeah, I don't even, in those chats, I don't even bother, to be honest. Yeah, nobody can, because the evidence is the evidence. You know, it's overwhelming. Like, well, thank you, Claudia. I appreciate you. You're here, right? So I appreciate you. I mean, I guess there weren't many channels doing anything today, because there's 341 of you here, which is normally around, anywhere between 3 and 500 when I'm doing a live when there's no court. So seems like everybody was looking for a place to watch. That's 100%. I agree with you, Kings. I'd rather be laughed at for the truth than be loved for a lie. If that was the case, we'd all be screaming free Karen Reed and I'll just be collecting the dollars. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what we would be doing if that was what everything was about. It just doesn't, we know that the truth isn't popular with the loudest, And that's another thing. If you support like the stalking of witnesses, the harassment of them, of their loved ones, of anybody who has spoken the truth, if you are okay with people being doxxed, their children being dragged into it, then that's a serious issue. That's part of the problem in this whole thing. It's a circus. Like, yeah, they call me one too. I am like in the middle of making a shirt that says, I'm all the McAlberts. Because that's, the other day someone tried to say I'm Jen. And I was like, wow, you are a bad detective. Probably never, ever, ever do any detective work a day in your life. Ever. Well, that's my point, right? The company that does the software knows less than the dude who uses the software once in a while and isn't certified in it. Like, come on. Oh, yeah, it was so bad. That was so bad. Me either. Me either, Kings. It's not about like what I know, right? Can I just not make sense? Is that like not a thing? I'm not allowed to do that. Like, but no, a crowd of people is not going to decide for me what is true and what is not true. The evidence will tell you. Okay. Evidence tells a story. You just have to follow that evidence and put the puzzle pieces together. I don't care what's more popular. Like, it doesn't matter what's more popular. What is the truth? That's what matters. What is the truth? And if that truth happens to be popular, great, wonderful. If it happens to not be popular, oh well, it's still the truth, no matter what way you slice it. Like, I am like so sad with mainstream media. I'm not going to lie. Like, they need to do better. Not that they will do better, obviously, but like, I've gotten a great look at how mainstream media acts and the things that they will cover and that they won't cover. And I'm disgusted with the whole bout of mainstream media, to be honest. Like, oh God, I forgot about that case. Yeah, the bride that was killed in the golf cart. That was terrible. Oh my God, that was awful. Dying your wedding night on a golf cart, a drunk driver hits your golf cart with you and your new husband in it, and the bride dies. I mean, that's awful. That was so awful. Like, well, that's what she bets on, though. Remember that, Harley, is she bets on all of them just giving all of their money to her and all of the people that help her, and then at the same time not giving a shit what harm that they do. If I was her, okay, and I'm not saying that like defendants shouldn't use the media or especially someone who is actually being convicted that's innocent. Like, not saying that they shouldn't use the media, okay? What I'm saying is there should be a line in the sand. If you find that the people who are following you thinking you're innocent when you're definitely not, though, are out harassing witnesses, doxing people, like, that is where you as a human should make a statement and say, please do not harass people. Please do not dox people. Please do not send things to their house. Please do not make false reports. Please do not email them things. Please do not send them things in the mail. Please do not send them deliveries you didn't pay for. Please do not leave things on their car. Please do not show up to their children's schools or their sporting events. Please do not contact these people in any way, shape, or form. You will never hear that from these people because they enjoy what is happening to people. They don't care. It is abundantly clear. I did notice that they couldn't use any pictures from this trial, right? They had to use one from last trial. It's just utterly disgusting to look at. Like, the privilege just kind of oozes out, like it oozes. Like, I mean, I'm not calling listen, I'm from Norfolk County. All right. I grew up in Norfolk County. I am from Norfolk County. Like, I'm not saying that Norfolk County doesn't need some work, just like every other county in Massachusetts. They all need some work. But to blame one county for what happened here, it would be disingenuous at best. I am not a fan of Michael Morrissey. I will tell you that right now, straight out front. I am not a fan of him at all. Not even a little tiny bit. But there's a big difference between if corruption happened and if a giant conspiracy was pulled out of someone's asshole. And in this case, a giant conspiracy does not exist. People were cleared by more than one entity, first of all. Secondly, the federal government that everybody hung their hat on and was waiting for them to kick in the doors cleared the witnesses and completely found no corruption, no collusion, no cover up. Like, they found nothing. Then they had an audit. And that audit was touted as, oh, these people know what they're doing. We will get a great independent audit. And then when the audit results came out, then it was, these people are in on the fix. They're in on it. They don't know what they're doing. But before it was, these guys know what they're doing. They'll definitely give us what we want to know. But because the answer was not something that they wanted, and that they found that there was no corruption or cover up, that was a problem for them. It became part of the conspiracy. I'm part of the conspiracy, all right? When you have to keep adding people when you don't like the answer to the conspiracy, like, that is where it should be a red flag to anybody to wake up. Something is not right here. If they get something remotely close to the answer that they want, they use it and they spin it. If they don't have anything, they take something very mundane, take it out of its context, and spin it to be something nefarious that is not. That should be a red flag to anyone. When you see it in its full context and you're like, okay, hold on a second. Like, what he just said doesn't make any sense. You have the sewer turtle running around telling people that Ian Whiffen admitted to removing Jen McCabe's Google search from Celebrate. What? You can't remove Jen McCabe's Google search from Celebrate. It's not in Celebrate. It's in a phone extraction. Celebrate is used to look at her phone extraction. Like, Ian Whiffen never had her phones. So A, no. B, they removed the timestamp because people were reading that timestamp as if it was some sort of timestamp for a Google search. A DB wall file is not a timestamp for a Google search. It is a timestamp for a tab. Okay, so you cannot use it as a timestamp for a Google search. It's not the way it works. Like, not even close. Not even close. We have our first donation of the show, an hour in. It's a $20 donation from, I don't want to read the first name. I don't even want to read the name because it's somebody's government name, so we're not going to do that. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you want to contribute to the show, we would very well appreciate it. You can use Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Those are the only things we have right now. We do have Revolut for us, our UK members. I'm going to get that link today. Working for you guys, because I got an email yesterday saying it should be all set. They told me 5 business days, but I guess it was quicker. I don't know. But we very much appreciate it. It's the only way that the channel survives. We're not a 20,000 member channel. We're just growing, so we very well appreciate any and all support. Let's see. Yeah, Julie Grant's great. She's the only one willing to say out loud what everybody else is thinking, but too cowardly to speak out loud, Oh, Karen has plenty of money. Oh, he knows. Tom knows. Tom knows. He talked about it a couple times. He damn well knows. This was years ago, but he knows. Definitely knows. But he has forgiven him, They've forgiven each other. But yes, I have heard that they were talking about that, I know I'm a little bit behind in the comments here. Let me try to catch up here a little bit. It's utterly ridiculous. Like, I don't know how you do it, Christina. I can't do it. Well, that's the thing. She didn't take out a loan, Allie. That's what she was going to tell Yannetti, because she didn't want Yannetti to know that she paid Jackson more. But she didn't actually take out a loan. She actually, by the way, paid both those attorneys before she ever started fundraising in the first trial. So that $200,000 and $250,000 she paid Jackson and Yannetti were paid before she ever started like crowdfunding money for anything. I also think Jen McCabe did great. And I also think that the defense made a huge mistake by harping on the I hit him so many times for so many hours that all they did was then put into the jury's minds that she said, I hit him. Again, I said this yesterday, the defense keeps overdoing it. So like you're supposed to make your point, but then move on because you want that point to stick out. If you harp on something long enough, it has the reverse effect. He wasn't getting the answer he wanted, so he was getting upset. So he kept asking and asking and asking and asking and asking. The problem with that is now the jury is listening to Jen McCabe say, well, your client said, I hit him. Like over and over and over and over. He didn't do himself any favors. I could see now why Bill Reed would be a little upset with him. Maybe even Karen. Because you're hurting the case, not helping it. Like by going overboard. And by the way, the clip has already been played that she admitted to saying it. Well, that's another thing. Make no mistake when I say those civil suits are going to come hard and fast when this case is over for quite a few people. It does, Anna. Yours brings DNA. Is that a real thing? Yeah, she sold her house in Mansfield and they're on that. But that's for the second, they were already paid for the first trial. Yeah, they were like, oh, you don't have to ask me that question. You don't have to say that if you don't want to. Yeah, I've seen that video. It was gross. Yeah, it's weird. That's weird. That's not normal, right? I can't be the only one that thinks that that's very unhinged and not normal. Oh, he's definitely afraid of Hank. I would be. I'm just saying I would be. All that talk he did. Oh, I'll answer the questions. I'll destroy Hank. And then it was me. I plead the fifth, Your Honor. I plead the fifth. I bet you do, sir. I bet you do. I bet you do. He was mad that he was pacing. Hilarious. They definitely made it messy. That would be great, but I don't think Krowski is up for the task. I bet they probably already asked him, in my opinion. I do think that somebody a little more tech savvy needs to take over. Mello clearly can't. He's sick. He has cancer. He's not going to be able to. You know what I mean? It should, right? But the problem that I have is in the beginning of that, they were saying, oh, yes, it's fine. We will get the answers, from these guys who are going to do this independent audit. We're happy with them. We think they're doing a great job. And then when they didn't get the answer they wanted, it's, oh, they're in on it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Rhonda, I know, girl. Listen, if I had the time and the money, I would. I appreciate you. But I have one terminally ill kid. I have another kid. I have 3 daughters, and so it's tough. Also, I don't have a vehicle right now, so the time, the money it would take, believe me, I've thought about it. I've been offered jobs if I just do it, but it's not something quick and easy, unfortunately. Yeah, all the things that we're not missing, the things that Melanie Little talked about that we're not missing. Yes, he was on the Whitey Bulger case. He took that case not to win. Everybody's like, oh, he didn't win the Bulger case. So he did a press conference before he actually did anything in court for the case. He was asked to take the case, not to win the case. He was asked to take the case because he was asked to expose the government corruption part of that case. There were victims, and I know some of the victims in that case, that thanked him publicly, by the way, and did interviews and hugged him because they were very happy at how Hank Brennan exposed what the federal government had done in that case and all of the corruption that came with it. He never took the case to win it. That was an unwinnable case. Anyone on planet Earth would have known that ahead of time. But why is it iffy? Because you didn't get the answer you wanted? You know what I'm saying? Everybody touted that audit and the people who were doing it as independent. It would be fine. Now the answers come out and it's, oh, now it's iffy. Now it's sketchy. Now it's, oh, they're part of it. Now we don't like the answers. So But we were screaming from the rooftops before that it was these people were going to do a great independent audit. It was fine. You guys wanted the audit, right? You got the audit, but you didn't get the answer you wanted. That's the problem. Is just because you didn't get the answer you wanted doesn't make it sketchy or shady. Like, these were independent people doing an audit. They asked for, Canton asked for an audit. That's what they got, was an audit. Yeah, factually innocent to reasonable doubt. I would like somebody to show me one fact that shows she's innocent. An actual fact with a piece of evidence, like a fact. Fact is like not conjecture. Fact isn't something that you're just saying that has nothing to go with it. Fact has something to show that that's a thing. Fact, Karen Reed's car backed up. Fact, there's data for that. Fact, John's phone stopped moving forever seconds after Karen's car backed up. That is a fact with data to back it up. Like, no, he wouldn't have. He would have passed it up in a hot minute. Like, right. Exactly. I love that argument. That's my favorite argument, is that she's being framed, but there's no evidence against her. Well, then how's she being framed, geniuses? Like, how many conspiracies can you weave into one issue? Like, you know? That's another thing. His weird analogies, the way he sort of touts things as a fact that are not fact, and then tries to like spin things that people said by playing word games with it. It's not, the jury is not going to appreciate it, especially when Jen McCabe or any other witness is like, show me where I said that. And then he has to hand over the paperwork when they ask to see it. And they go, well, Mr. Jackson, that's not the question I was asked. And that's not the answer in the context that it was. Then he looks like a fool and a liar. And it just makes him look bad. If he could just stick to like asking normal questions, like instead of trying to play word games, like I think he would get farther. Like, but this word game thing he does, like, is not going to be appreciated here in Massachusetts. And that might work in LA. Okay. But it is not going to work here with the jury. We know it didn't work last time. Like, yeah, it's lots of, oh, well, there's reasonable doubt. Come on, man. Oh, yeah, that's so angry about coming in for his client's own action. Right? What if she did it herself? Maybe that's what happened. Like, yeah, yep. Let me see. Hold on. I'm going to try to, it was smart to call Jen early. I'm going to try to skip some of these comments. So if there's something that you guys wrote that like you really want me to go over, write it again, because I need to skip down to the bottom here. Oh, Roberta. We love Roberta. Good morning, Potluck, my friend. Let's see. Yeah, Higgins Plow. That was a good one. It showed up on YouTube. That's interesting, because sometimes it doesn't, because I'm such a small channel still. Well, they're making a ton of money based on lies. So they're just going to keep pushing those lies because that's what brings in the money. And they know if they ever went and stopped and went, well, you guys, I'm sorry, but I relooked at this evidence and I realized that I could probably be wrong about some things and some misinformation was fed. They would be attacked. They would be doxxed. They would be harassed, and they would lose all that money. So they don't want to take that risk. We have many of them privately telling people they don't even agree with Karen being innocent. But this is how they pay their bills. So, I mean, it's how I pay my bills too, but not willing to lie for it. Sorry. Yeah, that's my favorite one, Kings. It's my favorite one. Hello. Me either, Allie. And maybe that's the thing, right? People who aren't bandwagon people who will never just go with what's popular if it's not true. Like, a woman was doxxed yesterday. Yeah, that's a good answer. Oh, you sent it to my ex. Good. I'll pull it up. Let's see. Thank you, Freak. You are one of my favoriteest, bestest mods, just like Ashley. You guys are rock stars. You guys always help out when I need you. Coming in clutch, always. Especially when I need tech help, Freak. You and Ashley always can help me out when I'm having tech issues. That's for sure. Let's see. Let's see. We're going to play it. I'm going to get this on the screen. We're going to take this down. I'm going to play it real quick. Add to the stage. Sorry, guys, it takes a second, and I have to we got to go back to the beginning.
His mother.
We're going to blow it up a little. All right, here we go.
His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think it looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car.
Now remember, Karen was there for how many minutes? Not long. She went upstairs, came back downstairs, and left. Peggy obviously says that this conversation never happened. But how disgusting do you have to be to try to make fun of the victim's mother? Like, come on, man. Yeah, I think they got lost too. I took care of that issue. They must have taken a wrong turn. Maybe they did a U-turn. Or maybe they didn't do a U-turn. Maybe they backed up. Maybe they didn't back up. Maybe. Oh yeah, they're all masterminds. Maybe they are all masterminds. Yeah, I don't understand that either. Why did we go through all of Jen McCabe's whole family tree? Of course they are. Oh yeah, absolutely it is. They clearly do not. Hence why we sell them out. When you enter the chat and the first thing you say is, ha, 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 do you really believe the crap you're spewing? Then you're just asking to be booted, okay? Number one. That is not the way to enter a chat in a decent debate, number one. Number two, yeah, there's these things called evidence that exist that back up the things we talk about, right? Are you saying that Karen Reed's car didn't back up? Are you saying she wasn't driving it? Are you saying that John's phone actually didn't stop moving when it did? Are you saying his battery temperature didn't just go lower and lower, or that his phone wasn't on him? Because not even Karen's claiming any of that. Those all have data points, facts, pieces of evidence to back it up. The conspiracy has about zero. Oh, in the beginning it was Proctor. He must have been the one. He smashed the taillight out and he just sprinkled it like the taillight fairy on top of the snow. Everybody was told it was on top of the snow. We have videos of it clearly not being on top of the snow, number one. Number two, he never went to Fairview that day. So how is he sprinkling taillight to a place that he never went to? Anyone? McFly? McFly. Anyone? When I explain that, anyone? Anyone. Come on now. Oh, absolutely. But for you to do that, to talk about the family that way, disgusting. Utterly disgusting. Let me see. Me too, Mermac. Me too. I've been affected by it too. It's awful. You lie to the court repeatedly and expect that what's going to happen as the defense. Now you look like the liar you are. Oh, absolutely, Eva. I 100% agree with you, my friend. 100%. Good morning, Francesca. I do think they enjoy. I kid you not. No, you would say, stop. You would say, please do not harass these people, right, Mrs. H? That's what would happen. Good morning, Penny. There's 394 of you here currently watching on 2 platforms. If you guys can do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, donate to the channel if you can. We rely on your donations, and trial days are extremely slow for the channel. I don't know why. I can't even explain why, because I'm streaming twice the amount of time. But they are very slow for the channel. So we need your help, because that's the only way we cover costs and maybe possibly make something on top of it after we cover all the costs. Yeah, I think they have nothing else to do today. No court today, Penny. No court today, but we have a full day tomorrow. I am keeping an eye on the docket for motions, make no mistake. Keeping an eye on the docket of the Sewer Turtles docket to find out if the judge makes a decision. Yeah, you know what? Me too, Mermac. Me too. It's sad. It is sad. What's what? Conspiracy 101. What is what? What is what? I've talked about this before, Chastity, and where I don't believe in Karen's innocence fraud campaign. I could see how people who actually did, who were not invited to like this party, would have been very upset, and they would have been hurt, and rightly so. I find it funny that a lot of these people who went and were invited, like the YouTubers, some of the ones that just popped up out of nowhere, like the ex-cops from like New York or whatever, they were invited because they're YouTubers and they have a channel. Okay. And so that was more important to Karen than the people who have stood outside with their blood, sweat, and tears, using their, vacation time to sit there for her trial, who no longer speak to their families because of the way they've acted for this trial. And she just was like, snub those people because they're not important. They're not important. If you notice, most of the people that she allows to sit with her family, even in trial, are people who donate a lot of money. People who donate a lot of money, or YouTubers. You don't ever see boots on the ground people sitting with her, people who were out there for all the standouts and all the things before there were most of these YouTubers, before most of them existed. My channel started before Tom's did. Like that, you know what I'm saying? So it is just, to me, like, if I was Rita, I'd feel a little upset too. Like, that's a snub, a hardcore snub. And she didn't realize it until afterwards. That's how bad her perception is of reality. Is you didn't even realize what you were doing and how you were snubbing people, or just obviously didn't care until afterwards, when people started saying, wait a second, that's hurtful. Like, you're going to, invite these YouTubers who just started covering your case like a week ago, but we don't matter. Like, cool. Well, that's what happened. Like, because once again, Karen does not care. She cares about herself. Yep, it is out there. It's nutty. It's insane. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Yeah, Yannetti did say it was a tragic accident in the very beginning. In the very beginning, the first time, I think it was her arraignment, that he said this was just a horrible accident. There was no intent, like something around along those lines. And my client had no intent. Well, that's not a thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously they changed that theory real quick. Like, the Commonwealth sandbagged him. That's hilarious. That's what he claims. Hilarious. What a dum-dum. All right, hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm making sure I'm not getting real-time information here, as sometimes I do. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to skip down some of these comments. Here's the Apple Pay link that we have for you Apple Pay people who wanted to use Apple Pay. Let's see. It was both, Jezebel. It was both. It was both. And also with a little influence from Alan Jackson. In the end, it was already started, but a little influence goes a long way. Yeah, so she has turned her attention to like running around in Canton and doing like select board stuff. I don't know. Higgins has the hots for what? What? That doesn't really make sense. I wish free can read nuts had an ounce of common sense. If my husband was late coming home from a friend's house, I wouldn't be hysterically screaming at 5 a.m. he's dead and he got hit by a snowplow. No, I wouldn't either. I'd be thinking he was asleep on someone's couch. Now, maybe half the day goes through, like maybe 12 o'clock or so. Then I'm worried. Also, I think I would look in the house first. She didn't even look in the house, around in the house. Like, that's the first place I'm going to do. Like, maybe he came home, passed out on the couch. Maybe he came home and went to the extra bedroom. Maybe he's, passed out in the car. I don't know. I go and I look. She didn't even look. Didn't even look anywhere in the house. She looked nowhere. Nowhere. And yeah, Karen is the one that reached out to Higgins. She took his number out of John's phone. Like, what does that tell you? So this whole theory the defense has of, oh yeah, Higgins must have been so upset that Karen, quote, ghosted him. First of all, they had very sporadic communications to begin with. So Karen didn't, quote, ghost him because she texted him on the day that John passed and said he's dead. So there was no ghosting happening. Clearly she was trying to, like, at that point, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's very clear. Like, she went and decided she was going to talk to him, not the other way around. And he was very skeptical of it, as we can see in the text messages. So to say that, like, what, he was so infatuated with Karen when she's the one who initiated anything with him and he was very skeptical, like, that's why John got beat up by Higgins because of that. I mean, that's so nonsensical. It's not even funny. Like, yeah, she definitely was, because in her brain, he must be cheating on her if he's telling her that this relationship is over. Like, oh yeah, Jackson said there was no collision, but then he talks about how Karen hit John's car. Like, but there's no collision, no collisions at all. None happened. Like, it was on Zoom, Francesca. I'll look and see if there's something I can pull up, but I don't necessarily know without playing one of the channels that I refuse to give views to. I don't know if it'll be possible. Yeah, she paid her lawyers before any fundraising ever took place. Yeah, at 75% acceleration. She backed up at 75% acceleration, y'all. Not 25, not 10, 75. So that means she was jammed on that pedal. Thank you for being here, Harvard Yard. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, there's so many pieces of evidence. I mean, again, if you guys want to go over something specific, you just let me know. He was Whitey's attorney. Yep, he was. And yeah, the goalpost gets moved and moved and moved and moved. When one thing doesn't fit, they move it. Like, and no, you won't. It just has to fit their portion, you know? Oh, I'm glad it did too, Mrs. H. Welcome. No court today, Town and Country, no court. None today. So you just got me. Is that good enough? Yeah, Hank's involvement was to his job in that was to uncover the corruption that Whitey wanted out there. And he probably knows far more than we do. Well, we definitely know the feds are known to be shady. That's we can 100% all agree on that. Like, yeah, that's another thing. Her car de-accelerated at the same second she steered towards the curb while her accelerator input did not change. You know? We've not had defense yet, but Brennan is laying a foundation of truth. Yesterday, Jackson didn't get near a got you moment. Nope. Well, that's the thing, right? Ash, you're completely right. His entire history is some giant conspiracy that he has been stringing for years. Like, you know? I'm the first one on YouTube. Back with my DNA-laden dog. You sure it has DNA, Anna? Are you sure about that, ma'am? I don't know what Workers' Day is. Usually the court is only closed on federal holidays. No, I'm not aware of any federal holiday today. So I don't know. I don't know what that is. They sure do. Definitely with the like button, and any donations I get, obviously I usually read them pretty, quickly. So that I can make sure that I say thank you. I don't see anything yet. So, but if they come in, I will read them. Who conspired to bring Sewer Turtle into this world? I'm going to guess his parents. Like, I can't wait for the data to come out. She hit him. I can't wait for that card data to come out and everyone to see it. Joy said, exactly, Kings. They move the goalpost and insult the intelligence of anyone who dare question logic and the actual evidence of her guilt. They disregard every speck of inculpatory evidence. I have a question, Joy, because me and you have these amazing conversations because you're an attorney. Have you ever seen anything so nonsensical in your life? Have you ever seen so many people believe something that's clear with pieces of evidence in front of them that have you ever seen this whole side of people saying this is what they saw in a trial, but you watched it yourself as an attorney and that's not even close to what happened. Where they're like, oh, the defense did awesome and great. And you're like, no, the defense did not do themselves any favors. And actually, they just stuck into the jury's mind that she kept saying, I hit him. They did terrible yesterday. Awful. That's just a reality. It's not even dependent on whether I like the defense or not. I don't like the defense, but I give points where they exist. I also give criticisms where they exist. The judge, I've criticized her. Hank, I gave him a criticism yesterday. There were some things he probably should have objected to, and I would have if I was him. I get it. Objecting too much makes it look shady and sketchy too. Which is why I don't know why the defense allows Alessi to object to every single question, because it just makes them look like they're hiding shit. That's just the way it's going to look to a jury no matter what side's doing it. So I get that he just lets stuff go because he has evidence to back things up and he's got clips of her saying it in her own thing. But there are some times I felt like he should have objected and stopped. So badgering, she answered the question 7 friggin' times. The answer isn't going to change. Oh yeah, the Kate is a state actor. Yeah, and I'm Queen Elizabeth. All right. They tried to say oh, Kate said she's cooperating with the Commonwealth. There's a big difference between you're sending any evidence that people are sending you to the state police, which would be technically cooperating with the Commonwealth. Anybody can send evidence. Anyone. Hey, I saw this. This is concerning. Here you go. Do with it what you will. I think almost everybody had done that in this case. If there's something seriously concerning, you either email it to the courthouse or you email it to the state police, whatever. And whatever they do with it from that point on, they do with it. That's not the same as the Commonwealth paying you for crap. That's not even close. The shit they made up is absurd. I do think he should have been, court is back tomorrow. I do think he should have been charged about the shit that he said about her unborn children. It was creepy. It was sketchy. It was shady. It was weird. Exactly. Karen admitted she was drunk. That's one hurdle cross. She also admitted to saying that I hit him. She said, I just don't know if I said it as many times as law enforcement is saying that I said it. So I don't know why Jackson spent so much time on that. It is abundantly clear to the jury and pretty everybody else on planet Earth that she said it. She's not even saying she didn't say it. She's saying that it was a question, not a statement. That's the way she spins that. I do think that car data is going to be what convicts her of murder too. Realistically. Yeah, he live streamed his drive home and docked someone. Good. I'm glad. Now he's going to be shook until that actual order comes out on whether they revoke his bail or not. And he can live like that, thinking they're going to come arrest him for the next however many days it takes for the judge to make the order. It's what he deserves. Right? Random stuff. Diabolical is right. You'd have to ask these guys. They know. Good morning, Foghorn. Yeah, I don't know why they were doing the family tree. That was really strange to me. They don't. Nobody can answer my question. When it comes to the car data and John's phone stopping moving, every time I pose that question, do you know what comes next? An insult. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a grifter. That's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. So hilarious. Most people who know, my channel and who've watched me, I am streaming 8+ hours of a trial. Okay. most people who are FKR are getting paid hundreds of dollars per day to stream said trial. Again, I don't think creators shouldn't make money. They should. It's their time, right? Like they should. But most of the time, I don't even break 100. That's not even minimum wage per 8 hours. All right. Like if it was just about money, I'd been gone long ago. Lots of shitty things have happened to people in this trial, including myself. I would like to see justice happen for all of us, for everyone. I want to see all the lies come out that I know exist. And I want the harassment for people to understand that the behavior that they have been using, there are things that they probably would not have done. And I know this because I've had people change their mind on this case and then send me an email or DM or whatever saying like, I'm actually ashamed of the things that I said and I did, thinking that she was innocent, things I probably would have never done otherwise. And this is something that I see repetitively with people. I've gotten apologies from people from things that they've said about me that they just randomly believed that came from the cult, like that weren't true. So many more. You probably won't see a ton of Allie, maybe here or there, but you probably won't see a ton of him. You know, we'll have to find out. We know we have the molds though. I think you don't hear about the dog until we get to Russell probably. And that's when Hank brings out the molds and, oh, they have their own expert on that too. So I guess when we get to that, you probably will. A lot of conspiracy theories, you know, a lot. AJ was trying to make growing up and living in a small town. Yeah, he was. But the problem with that is there are jurors from Norfolk County who live in small towns in Massachusetts. So to them, they might know the police, the firefighters, the EMTs. Their family might have lived there since they grew up. Like they might know all their neighbors. Like, so you're basically allowing the jurors to put themselves in the shoes of Jen McCabe and say, well, all those things apply to me as well. Am I just a giant? Would I have to deal with what she's dealing with? Like, once again, that doesn't help the defense. That's hurting the defense. And once again, Alan Jackson coming from LA, I don't think he understands that like his LA style is not going to work here in Boston. We are a very different breed of people. It's like entering a different world if you go from here to LA. It's a completely different world. Culture-wise, like it's like culture shock central. Like it's just not going to work. Like hairy gremlin with fancy suits. He was an angry gremlin in a fancy suit yesterday. Right? It's all your fault, Anna. Yeah, that face mocking Mrs. O'Keefe, like, you know. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't mean that you're all in on a giant conspiracy. No, I've never seen her shed a tear for John, at least not publicly. I did not. No remorse. Nope, no remorse, B. Harley. She did do an amazing job during Cross. I do think she apologized too many times, though. Like, Jen, you don't have to apologize to him, but I get why she was doing it. You know? How are you, Agent 99? How are you today? Not much. It's not much. Usually it's like if someone sends me $10, they might take like 30 or 40 cents, but they charge like, I think it's like 3%. I usually leave it in my PayPal until there's at least $100, and then I move it over to my like bank account because I have to pay like 3% to send it straight to my bank account. And like I said, if you give 10, usually it gives me like $9.71 or something like that. So it's not a lot, but that's why for people who aren't in different, countries, I use Venmo and Cash App, because when I do my taxes, I get tax forms from them, and then I deduct all of my expenses and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But they don't take it off the top. That goes towards the taxes, like Venmo and Cash App doesn't take it off the top. I have to pay that in taxes, but that's after I write off all of my expenses, I do believe he is making kind of a fool of himself. And that text stream data, all that data is going to be freaking amazing, in my opinion. It's going to be amazing. You poor thing. You haven't. Well, I don't think there are many of us that exist, to be honest. I mean, started my channel 2023, but I also took a 6-month break, a 3 or 4 month break. For those of you who are new, and there's quite a few of you today, one of my daughters is terminally ill, so there's a lot of medical there, and I have medical myself. So I've been taking some breaks. My daughter needs bone marrow. So, we were in the hospital, out of the hospital, in the hospital, out of the hospital. We've been doing like weeks in, week or two out, weeks in. So it's been like a back and forth. So I haven't had a chance to sort of grow my channel the way other channels have because of those breaks. And I had monetization at one point, and then the Free Karen Read cult decided to attack my channel with fake reports. And so they paused my monetization, and you have to wait 6 months before you can reapply. I recently reapplied with YouTube, so now I have to wait for them to decide, which is taking forever per usual. Patty, it was about the families not getting along, I guess. Yeah, there's the money's in the conspiracy. That's why, like, I don't know. We can't really expect. That's why I just keep my eye on the docket all day, see if there's anything here today, tomorrow. But usually it could take weeks. It could take days. It could take weeks. It could take hours. You really never know. You never know with the judges. The judges kind of do their own thing. Like, oh, I can't wait to see some of those unaired clips, Brittany. You are right. Yeah, that's another thing. There's been like 11, 20, 15, not many people. Remember they used that, the kids were on school vacation excuse. Okay, well, the kids haven't been on vacation since Monday. So what now? Like, oh, absolutely, Mrs. H. I 100% agree. Yes, we can get rid of her evil face. You're right, but I thought it was kind of funny. Yeah, that's just crazy to me. That's crazy. Like, this is insane to me. Like, I don't know, but I think he should play that clip. It's me or you, Jen. Like, I think he should play that clip, Like, it's very, if he does, like, the jury's going to be disgusted. So, I don't know, Good morning. Yeah, she does need people to spread her propaganda, and they get paid handsomely to do it. Like, the dog won't stop howling at the screenshot. I can't blame him. Potluck, I can't blame him. Think about it, Karen. If Mrs. O'Keefe had suggested John was hit by a car to you that morning, she would have gotten that impression because she heard you say you hit him so many times. Well, that's the thing. Like, well, they're definitely paid, but I think it was easy for her to say, like, your channel will be paid. These people will pay you handsomely if you just talk about the case, and not to actually have to exchange money from the Reed family to these people. Like, I don't think they had to, Like, that's the thing. I mean, I do think there are some good people that support her that just don't even realize they've been duped. Or at this point, they do realize they've been duped. They're so far into it. Admitting it at this point would make them look bad. So they just refuse to do it. Like, it's just sad, Yeah, I do think that he is trying to distance himself, Alan Jackson. I think his wife probably made him distance himself from Karen, push away from Karen, because I would if I was his wife. Like, listen, there's no reason for you to be sitting that close to your client. Like, have Liza Little sit next to her. Like, what's the point there? Like, there's corruption everywhere. That is correct, Agent 99. Yeah, never. She worried, but she didn't call 911 or the police station. Carrie Roberts did. Carrie Roberts did, Carrie Roberts is the one who called the police station and the hospitals to see if something happened after Karen called Carrie Roberts. Like, we'll never know. And since they were kind of corrupt when it comes to this whole thing, I don't think they will. I doubt they will, Brittany. I don't think they're going to be allowed to play that one because it's something her lawyer said in the very beginning of this case before the other attorneys. I don't think you'll ever see that clip. A lot of people did buy into the mad conspiracy, but if they realized at some point it wasn't true, it's for me, like, you got to get back out there and be like, you know what? I was wrong. Like, it was wrong, Well, they did. She did talk about Bella's mom. Jen answered that. But they wanted to go further with it. And for some reason, the judge didn't let them, but they should have. They should have, Right? Me too. I'd be up at that door, knocking on the door, asking where he is. Like, if I was that concerned, I would think that he was sleeping on their couch. But remember, she told Jen that she left him at the waterfall. I mean, he spent hours going over, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. AJ went hours going over, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Like, come on, man. You know? House of Biba sends $10 from PayPal. Thank you, House of Biba. Potluck sends 15. Thank you, Potluck, my friend. I appreciate you. If anybody else wants to make a donation, I would very well appreciate it. That is the only way the channel gets by, and trial days are extremely slow for the channel. You can do so one of 4 ways: Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. We have an Apple Pay link, and today I will have the Revolut link for the people in the UK. You can use it UK to US, US to UK, and to a bunch of other countries, which is nice. It has almost like what a Cash App tag is, or a PayPal, or a Venmo, and I'm going to keep mine the same as the Cash App and the Venmo for my Revolut. So that will be cool. Listen, I've thought about it, but you know, I'd have to sit there all day, and then I'd have to leave early anyway. I wouldn't be able to actually be all day. I'd have to come home early. So I think it's only smarter to just do it here, you know? Well, that's the thing. The 75% acceleration, I think, is what makes it sound like Murder 2, in my opinion. Like, that's hilarious. Oh, God. See, that's my problem. I don't want to play it on that. Like, I don't like to give those channels a view, you know? Like, she is an excellent witness. That is for sure. Like, all right, hold on. And Neil Nell said, I'm sure the 2 of them use Signal. He is Karen Reed's mouthpiece. So if Free Karen Reed sets fire to Telly's house, yeah, exactly. What happens then? What happens then? Because that's essentially what he wants, is someone to do his dirty work for him. It doesn't feel like real life. It feels like we live in a movie or on planet Pluto or in some Delulu universe that like normal people don't realize that this is not how you behave. Like, it's just not. Yes, there is court tomorrow, Joy. Hopefully you like have the day off or something so you can watch it. Well, that's another problem that we have. And Anna, you hit the nail on the head. There are people who are just so desperate to belong to something, to anything, that's what they want to, you know? That's what they want to belong to. Yeah, I mean, it's insane to say something like that when everyone else is watching it, knowing what's going on, you know? Yeah, he's saying he still has 2 more hours of questioning, but then remember, Hank Brennan is then going to do a redirect. Like, that makes me sad too, though, Conspiracy. Like, there is so much good that could be done in the true crime community, like, and it just feels like there's not a lot of that happening, and that kind of makes me sad. Like, you know? Sunken Grave, my friend, how are you doing? The defense looks extremely worried this trial. Last trial, they were giggling and tapping. Yeah, they do. And you can see that when they're sitting there, they're very, like, stoic and, like, you know, Yannetti specifically. I've been watching him a lot lately. He's looking down. He's leaning on his hand. He's looking down. And when Karen gets mad, she just sticks her head in a computer. That's not a good look for a defendant. It's just not. To be in the computer when other people are testifying about your murder trial, and all you can do is sit for a second like this and glare at them, or stick your head in a computer. There's nothing inside that computer screen that your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attorneys can't do. And sometimes 6. Like, your attorney should be doing all. There should be nothing that you should be looking at that has anything to do with anything other than focusing on your trial that you're on murder for. The jury is taking notice of the way you look, act. Like, hello. Well, that's the other thing. Anybody who still believes that 2:27 a.m. is real has a problem. Like that. Come on, man. Like, a juror had surgery. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. Maybe. But usually, if that's the case, then they wouldn't have taken them as a juror if they had something like that coming up, which is so weird to me. Like, he's looking for what she states other upcoming witnesses on the scene said, maybe. He circled the wagon on any witness statements Jen states were made. It could be for future witnesses, but again, they have a lot of, like, what Karen herself said, you know? Like, Yeah, the clips are just like really ruining the defense's anything here. Like, yeah, I don't know. Like, for dragging kids into things are just gross to begin with, but it's one of Stuart Turtle's favorite things to do is drag kids into it. But God forbid anybody even mention his child's name. And my God, does he have a meltdown? Yeah, the clips are great for the Commonwealth. Like, they absolutely are. Oh, you didn't know that? I'll have to fill you in later on all the extra details. Oh, yeah. And remember he said something like, we can't end on this. And I'm going to play that clip where he's like, I can't end like this. He knew at that point that it was not good for him, that what was happening was not good for the defense in any way, shape, or form. Like, and also, you know, Jackson has an idea of what clips are going to be played, but he doesn't actually know what clips are going to be, you know, played. She has to allow the molds. They were done. I thought they were pretty much already allowed, as far as I know. Oh God, the box of toys. I got a Montana bug. Not that bug. Whoa, oh, crap. Hold on a second. Sorry, but my thing just like totally scrolled all the way up and with the comments and not down. Yeah, Jen was shady for responding to a subpoena to be a witness. That was like one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. Like, and William Reed, Bill Reed, he knows what the heck happened, you know? Like, he knows. He can't be arrested because his daughter's birthday is coming up. That's hilarious. Here's an idea, Bob. Stop committing crimes and harassing people. Also, stop blackmailing people constantly. Like, he does not get the small time vibes or Massachusetts vibes for that reason. Like, he's just not understanding that this is not working. Here's the problem that I have, though. As a defense attorney, you know it didn't work in the first trial. Why haven't you retooled it, right? Why haven't they retooled it? I do hope that they play that one. Brittany Joy said, Brittany, I know. Isn't it rich given what he has said and done to innocent people's children? What he said about Mrs. O'Keefe alone or beyond evil. Oh, that's all he does is cry for me. You guys know that? Like, that's one of his favorite things to do is claim there's all a giant conspiracy against him. You know? Oh, he definitely, I bet he definitely did. What happened to Emily D. Baker was facts, not fuckery. She's scripting off the backs of this tragedy. Well, I mean, I don't watch Emily D. Baker, but I know that she stopped being an attorney because she made more money on YouTube. I mean, I would never stop being an attorney for YouTube. I don't care. Like, that is something I've always wanted to do with my daughter's medical. It just didn't happen. But if I had that opportunity, there's no chance I would give it up for YouTube. No chance. I think that's going to go against them, Mrs. H. The way they attack the first responders and firefighters, that's not going to go over well with the jury at all. Not even a little. Like, honestly, as a New Yorker, when I go up to Mass and New Hampshire, it's a different world. People are very down to earth and direct. We are very direct, blunt, if you will. Some people love it. Some people hate it. It's just kind of the way it is here. I'm actually glad now that it was a mistrial with the clips. It is so easy to just know that the witnesses are not lying. Karen Reed drank math. Yeah, Karen Reed telling the whole world I hit him. That's the thing. Those clips are damn right damning. And they are not going to help her, not even in the least bit. And someone else pointed out yesterday, maybe Jesse or maybe my friend Tracy, who said, isn't it funny how he criticizes, and he has criticized Karen for doing all of these interviews and making herself sound bad, while he literally gets on these live streams and like dog whistles, talks about people dying and how it's revenge and it should happen. Like, what a goddamn hypocrite. Not that we already didn't know that's who he is, but he is so out of touch with reality. He has no common sense, no self-awareness. He refuses to take responsibility for anything he has done. It's everyone else's fault, everyone else's problem. It's a giant conspiracy against him, just like it is Karen Reed. And he's going to prove this giant conspiracy against him. Leah and Kate and the Commonwealth and Lindsay, they all set him up. Also, I'll let you know right now, none of that happened. I am good friends with Lindsay. I am good friends with Leah. Leah doesn't even live in this state. Okay. Like, none of that happened. None of it. Like, he has a fantastical story, just like Karen does, to why he can't take responsibility for his own actions. It's that simple. Like, It's all a giant conspiracy. You go back to stuff before this case with him, and, you know, when people found out he was cheating on his wife the last time, it was just a rumor, a lie. It was a conspiracy against him. People were out to get him. Lo and behold, it was correct. He was a liar. It's just over and over and over again. He's a creature of habit. Creature of habit. Yeah, the only one framing Karen is herself. Same with the sewer turtle. Themselves. Stop committing crimes and doing things like that, and you wouldn't have to worry about it, right? Like, exactly, Agent 99. You can believe she's innocent without harassing people, without insulting people. Believe what you want. That's cool. We're okay with that. Like, but they go a step further. The harassment campaign is utterly disgusting. I've lived it since 2023 on a daily basis. Some of the things they do are utterly atrocious. I gotta skip down. I'm behind in the chat too, Agent 99, by like 15 minutes. I don't know. He did say that there was new data because they know what time he took his seatbelt off. We did not know that last time. 10 to 14 days for his revocation decision. Oh, interesting. Well, guess he'll be sweating for those 10 to 14 days then. It did, Anna. Is that the one I already read? I know I'm behind in chat. My bad. It's not a federal holiday. It's a mass court holiday. Never heard of it. Interesting. I've actually never heard of this holiday. They seem to have a lot of days off in court, just saying. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, she has a... Okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. She has a speaking engagement for Law Day. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh no, they're not allowed to be wrong. Listen, everyone can be wrong. I can be wrong. If we're wrong, we just fix the fact that we were wrong. Like, we go back and go, okay, this is how we could have thought that we were wrong, and we fixed that we were wrong. We say we were wrong. It's not hard. Like, yes, it goes to consciousness of guilt. And at some point, they're going to have the jury get rid of consciousness of guilt instruction. Yeah, what did they talk about in the middle of the night? Like, a lot. I'll tell you a lot. A lot. They did pay some podcasters in the first trial, but they ceased paying them some point at the end of the first trial. He says everyone's an idiot, to be fair. Everyone but him is an idiot. Like, everyone but him is not valid and is an idiot, a scammer, a grifter, crazy. Everyone except him. Let me just point out, Opal Gypsy, that metadata is not something that gets handed over in trials. Metadata is not a way to authenticate things in trials. They have never been a standard practice to hand over metadata. If you want something like metadata, you have to put in order to preserve that information. Police videos from police stations are not something that usually get handed over to the defense. If you want stuff like that, you have to put an order in for a preservation of it to get it. It's not normal to hand over metadata. Just because the defense makes it sound like it's something that should happen to authenticate it is not how the courts authenticate stuff. They don't demand metadata. That's not a thing. Like, this is the kind of like misinformation that drives me nuts, because this is easily verifiable information that if you want metadata, you have to put an order in for it. If you want police station videos, you put an order in for it. That is not something that normally just gets handed right over to the defense. It's, oh, hey, we're going to pull all the police station videos. Here you go. All the metadata for everything. Here you go. That is not how it usually works in trials. That is not something that they use to authenticate anything for a trial for metadata. They use both experts to go, the defense's expert and the Commonwealth's expert, to go and get things. Like, there is no, oh, we just hand over everything with metadata attached. That is not the way it works. The defense has made a lot of noise about metadata, but it's not something that normally gets handed over. They make it sound like it should be standard operating procedure to hand over all metadata to all everything. It's just not the way it works at all. Shabusiness. I think they should be locked up with shabusiness, like you guys said. Put them in a cell with shabusiness. Like, oh yeah, I do think that they should play that as well, but they're not going to unless the door is open to the harassment. Although I do think there were quite a few times Jen could have opened that door yesterday. For sure. Like Stacy's mom, kind of like that. So there'll never be an open door for the feds. You will never see a door that will be open for them to talk about the federal investigation. They're not allowed to talk about it. No ifs, ands, or buts. There is no door that would be open to talk about the feds. They're not allowed to talk about the federal investigation, either side. So like where, for instance, there would be a door that would be opened to talk about the harassment if a witness answered a question that they asked like normally, and that sort of was part of their answer, that opens the door for the harassment. Nothing like that is going to exist for the federal investigation. They're not going to be allowed to talk about the federal investigation. There's not going to be any doors that are going to be allowed to be open for that. So the defense really went up to the line and stepped over it when they talked about agents. They were trying to give the defense an idea of, well, agents that weren't part of regular law enforcement came in to talk to her. They were trying to hint at it, and they walked right up to the line knowing that they couldn't, and they stepped over it. And I think the judge called a sidebar at some point, and I believe she probably addressed that. You can be proud of yourself. When there was no evidence, it would be easy for a lot of us to believe that once the evidence came out, that's where I have a hard time understanding where people could come up with that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, and waking Kaylee up like at 4 a.m. to tell her that John's missing or hit by a plow. And then she's, mind you, Kaylee's right there when she's calling Terry and saying he's dead, he was hit by a plow, and she's screaming. Like, Kaylee's there the entire time. Patrick's not there. He's at a friend's house sleeping over, but Kaylee is there. You're scaring a child, at 4 a.m. Like, she knew what happened. She knew what happened. Catch you on the replay, Smitty Lee. Consider it like a movie, chicken. At least provides a lot of entertainment. Hey, I don't know about entertainment, but I appreciate it, Anna. The channel has been slow with donations lately, and I know it's because trial is playing, but it's hard to cover all the costs and possibly make something when it's going that slow. So I appreciate it. I would hope that it would be decided on the bench, but I do believe that the judge wants to go over the law and cite the specific laws on probably like where 1A begins and ends. Like it's not absolute. Like, oh yeah, because it was an ambush, and it is an ambush. I do think Hank will prove murder too. That's my opinion, obviously. Bella's mom is a girl that John had dated previously for a short period of time. And her mom lived off of the street to where Fairview was. And so when Jen was giving directions, she said near Bella's mom's house, go past Bella's mom's house. And so that triggered Karen. Karen knew that he had dated Bella's mom. And then here's an argument probably about how he could have been cheating. But that's who Bella's mom is. John had dated Bella's mom for a short period previous to Karen. Some of us considered it because there was no evidence to prove otherwise, right? Like, you got to investigate and look into it, and then once you start getting evidence, you're like, okay, this doesn't fit and this isn't right, Oh my God, me too. And it like hurts my heart that like they don't want to listen, because I'm like, dude, you know me. Like, I'm not just saying things to just say them. Like, you've been lied to. Like, you have been duped. Never mind all the things that you were lied to in the beginning about anyway. There was never taillight on top of the snow. There was never a belt missing. Like, they were lied about. So many things that they lied about to sort of twist this conspiracy to work in the beginning that they're no longer talking about now because they've been debunked. They've moved the goalpost over those things. So those things no longer get discussed once they've been completely debunked. The only ones that they've held on to that have been debunked are the 2:27 a.m. and John going in the house, because they know if either one of those things are not true, there can't be this vast conspiracy, right? Like, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 75%. 75%. Yeah, I've seen those photos with and without the lividity a lot of times since 2023, for as long as I've been covering this case. And the defense darkened them at one point, darkened them so that they looked, and brought this to court, used this in court, put a filter on them to darken the wounds to make them look deeper. Like, yes, please do. Please do. Yeah, her story never made sense anyway. Life-saving service. I guess I am life-saving today. There's almost 500 of you, so I guess there was no other channel that went live, I guess. Yeah, I'm not happy with mainstream media, I'll tell you that much. At first for me, am I a grifter now? No, Potluck, you're not. You're a normal person that can appreciate good content or hard. But I'll tell you what some people consider good content blows my mind. Like I kid you not. Some of the stuff I was seeing yesterday with like the donations coming to the stuff that I was hearing, I'm like, this is utter vile disgustingness, and people are just like $50, $100, $500, $200, $100, $100, $50, $40. I'm like, this is what you people find to be good content? Like just making fun of people, insulting people, like saying things that are not true when you clearly have no idea what you're talking about, and then just spewing stuff so that it sounds good to your audience and you know you're lying. Like that's good content to some people. Like make that make sense to me. Like, yeah, I've talked about the glass a couple times about her saying she pulled the glass from his nose, but when? It couldn't have been when Carrie's the one who uncovered his face. So when did she pull this glass from his face? It couldn't have been when they did CPR. So that means one thing. Either she got out of that car after she hit him, or she went back, because Carrie says nothing about her pulling a piece of glass out of John's nose. And Carrie was right there. So, and she didn't uncover John's face before Carrie came over. Carrie uncovered John's face. So when she pulled that piece of glass out, like, if he was gone, and he was by the time they got there at 6 a.m, he had no signs of life, no pulse, no nothing. Then it wouldn't have gushed blood the way Karen claims. So there is something seriously wrong with that story. Like, oh yeah, and he'll keep doing it. I don't either, Joy. It's amazing to me, but I do believe there are people behind the scenes helping him, because nobody else would still be out. Like, attorney on Court TV said judge should find to be in contempt of the court order. Yeah, you would think so, you know? The scientific evidence absolutely fits the Commonwealth's theory. 100% it does. I mean, everyone is told, if you're just watching, FKR shows, they're going to tell you like the science, but the science fits exactly what the Commonwealth said happened. I explained this earlier in the show. You wouldn't use ARCA. If I was the Commonwealth, I wouldn't use ARCA. The way that federal investigation was open was extremely shady and biased. I would never use ARCA. They were given very small subset of things. They were not given the text stream data. They were not told about the DNA. They were not told about the shards of taillight in John's clothing. They were not told exactly what the temperature was or the winds or anything like that for them to even calculate anything properly. Your calculations are only as good as the information that you get to do those calculations. And there are plenty of pieces of evidence that show that it happened exactly the way the Commonwealth claims. We have the data from her car that shows that she backed up 60 feet at 24.2 miles an hour at 75% pedal. And then seconds later, John's phone stops moving forever until he is found at 6 a.m. as that temperature from his phone battery goes down and down and down and down and down, never going back up, just down and down and down until 6 a.m. when he is found. It's as damn good as a snapshot in time. They're not saying Karen wasn't driving the car. They're not saying that the text stream data is fake, because their experts are the ones who looked at the data. The defense experts are the ones that missed most of the data in the first pull, chip on, chip off of the data. So this time around, they had the defense expert and the Commonwealth expert there to do another chip on, chip off to get the data that was missed the first time, which I think was purposely missed the first time, just saying. Either way, the defense isn't even arguing that there's anything wrong with the car data, because it was their expert that did it. They're not saying Karen wasn't driving the car. So the car didn't back up on its own. It didn't do so at 75% pedal on its own acceleration. John's phone stopped moving forever, seconds after she backs up. Never getting from that spot ever again until after 6 when he is found. Those are facts. Those are pieces of evidence, facts that go completely with what the Commonwealth said happened. You know what it doesn't go with, though? Karen's story. Right, a signal chat. I'm sorry, but anybody who doesn't find that suspicious and suspect, come on. I do love the Karen cam. I do love the Karen cam. I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy with the Karen cam that we get to watch, like, her sort of her like expressions and stuff. Like, I know when some of you guys say I don't need to read your donations, but I always do anyway. I'm not going to read the name, but it says it's $15 donation and that they enjoy the YouTube. And I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. That should just tell you guys that I don't read the names if they're, regular government names, and I don't know your screen name because it's not something I would normally do anyway. I do like the Karen cam. I'm not going to lie. Well, that's it. 20 different conspiracies and none of them go with each other. None of them have a shred of evidence to prove them. Like, Lamar, you can say that again. You can say that again because the level of circus is unfathomable when it comes to this case. Unfathomable. Like, it's utterly ridiculous. Okay? Well, that's another thing. They've been paid. Who investigated the Fed investigation? Exactly. The Fed investigation, though, they also found nothing, by the way. They found nothing. They found no conspiracy. They found no cover-up. They were paid for the first trial. They admitted this. This was already admitted in court. They have the records of it. It doesn't matter if their testing was done prior to the trial or not. They were paid to come out for the first trial. That we have the bill. And they've already been paid for the second trial. So there's two bills, one for the first trial, one for the second trial. They lied to the court. They hid communications. All of those things happened. They were paid for the first trial. Now, if you've only been watching FKR, I don't know how many different conspiracies they've spun about, oh, well, a bunch of people on X were saying like, oh, they were paid for the second trial, not the first trial. What? How would they even know? We have the communications. How would they know before the first trial ended that there would be a mistrial? No, they would need to be paid for a second. How would they know that? They wouldn't, obviously. They were paid for the first trial. Any promises or expectation of promises, inducements, payments have to be given to the Commonwealth. You cannot hide that. The court has to know that. They purposefully hid it. The judge found that they purposefully hid it. They violated Rule 14 with the reciprocal discovery. They hid information. All of those things were found by the judge to have happened. And again, the other day, they have bills. They have emails to prove it. And the only reason they got those was because Karen's unaired footage that Hank watched. That's how he knew they existed. I do believe she knew because she didn't take her shoes off as everybody else did. Like, yeah, I loved that one too. The light dusting was like, oh, you can't see in front of your face. And it was cute, right? Like, that's another thing. Nobody else was angry at John. Nobody else was arguing with John about Bella's mom. Like, they paid the invoice. Like, they were paid. It's already been proven 10 times over. That's not even like an argument anymore. That's a fact. It's an actual fact. Not only do we have the communications of the bill as well, and an itemized bill. Phone calls, emails, text message. See, that's what I don't understand, Jennifer. Why can't they do that? Why can't they do that? I don't get it. It's nuts. Honey, the Fed investigation has been over for a long time, and it wasn't started by Sandra's case, just Sandra's case. It was started as a favor. It's closed. It's been closed. They found no conspiracy. They found no cover-up. They found nothing. Do you know how that federal investigation was initiated? I think clearly you don't at this point, if that's even still an argument. Good morning, Lisa. Yeah, I guess she's got like the judge has like a speaking engagement for law day. You think she was calling her dad at 2 a.m. because John didn't come home for Kaylee? No normal person is going to start calling their dad 2 hours after she knows where she claims she knows where she dropped him off. So why wouldn't you go back there? Why wouldn't you call there? Why are you calling people saying you got hit by a plow if you know that you dropped him off at Fairview? Wouldn't you just go check? No? See if they're still partying? No? You don't call a hospital. You don't call 911. You got to start using common sense, putting things together instead of listening to just a bunch of speculation. Because there's actual pieces of evidence that show that these things can't be true and are made up. I'm sorry, Anna. I'm with you in spirit, my friend. Like, yeah, I would not be calling my dad in the middle of the night. Like, that's, yes, exactly. But exactly. Yeah, they did. They requested Yannetti's entire file, which tells you that they are now looking into the investigation that started and how the favors were done. I mean, that's probably legit, right, Anna? Like, you're fleeing your abuser is probably a legit reason to call your parents in the middle of the night. You know, like, exactly why. If she called him, it's probably because she knew what had happened. Like, they were not brought in because of Morrissey. I can tell you that they were not brought in because of Morrissey. And I don't even like Morrissey. So let's just make that abundantly clear. I'm not a fan of his. But they were not brought in because of him. Joy is an attorney, and she says nobody lets their client do all these pre-trial interviews, especially if the client is an unhinged, mean, mocking little snot clips or hunting her. Well, they were doing a victory lap, right? They were doing a victory lap. Sent you a short via text. Oh, can you send it to my email? I can't play it from my text. I can't. My phone is so full with like attachments that I can't send an attachment to myself in email right now. It just stays in queue for some reason. It won't like send to my email. It's obnoxious, but that's what happens. Oh, Ashley sends $10. Thank you, Ash. I appreciate you, my friend. If anybody else wants to make a donation to the channel, you can do so with the information on the screen. It's a very big help. Trial days have been extremely slow for the channel. Hey, Scorpio. Yeah, to prison would be good. Yeah, businesses and courts remain open. That's my thing. Like, I didn't know she had a speaking engagement, though. That makes sense. That makes some sense. Yeah, she just exactly talked her way into prison. Exactly right. I remember that clip. Yep, they lied about paying them, and that was already found. We have the bill. We have the itemized bill. We have it all. Like, yeah, but that's what bothers me, Potluck, is this information that they get that's completely false, that can be easily debunked by actual pieces of evidence and information and things that happened in court, on the record. Like, yet they still just listen to people on X or people like Eden who have no idea what he's talking about, is completely misleading them. Like, I have a huge issue with that. Like, exactly. They would have taken information from both sides. They would want every piece of evidence they could get their hands on. Like, that is not true. I don't know where you got that information from. Probably the conspiracy side of people, but that is untrue. That's not what happened at all. I have noticed that she starts to get this wide-eyed look. Nobody's saying the investigation was 1,000% amazing. Nobody's saying that. But there are pieces of evidence that are irrefutable. No, not necessarily. I think it's very strategic to not give out everything in you give the main points, but it's strategic to not give everything in your opening. You can give everything wrapped up in your closing. I wouldn't have given everything out in the opening in this case, because the defense has a real bad habit of lying and trying to like misconstrue, mischaracterize, take things out of context. So no, I would not have in my opening. I would have laid it out for the jury and then wrapped it all up in the closing with stating every little thing in my closing. Well, that's another thing. It's time to start confirming the information that you're hearing that isn't true. not just confirming by like listening to a bunch of people on X who are saying the same thing over and over of their talking points. Actually go look at the data, go look. And I don't mean look as in your brain, you're like, oh, she's innocent, so this doesn't mean anything, or oh, all this piece of every piece of evidence is tainted because Michael Proctor. That's nonsensical. Michael Proctor didn't even touch some of this evidence. As a matter of fact, things like the car data have nothing to do with it. Like, yeah, it was. The investigation is over. The federal investigation is over. It's been over. It absolutely was confirmed. And it, by the way, it was confirmed again by Cosgrove yesterday in another hearing. It was confirmed in 2 other cases, by the way, in the court system that are recorded that you can go and look at. I mean, yeah, the facts are still the facts, bottom line. Like, even if there was things they didn't do 100% correctly in a small town where they don't have murders usually, in 25 years at least, they did the best with what they could. And usually the state police take over any unattended death. So the problem was the state police couldn't get there fast enough because the blizzard that was happening. And usually they're there fairly quickly. In the documentary, Smith says, while Karen was in the hospital after finding out John was dead, she said, Dad, what's the plan? Yeah, why would you need a plan? Get an attorney is a plan. Like, the status has been confirmed numerous times in numerous cases on the record in court. And all of those times where, guess what? On camera. Right? How do you frame Karen with no evidence against her? The investigation has been over. Over. I don't know. I would guess another expert. What do you mean the agencies, the feds? The feds are an agency. What? What do you mean? Like, she is the feds. Leah Foley is the feds. What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, just everyone, apparently. The CIA, who don't even do things in country, they must be investigating too on top of it, right? Yeah, they threw it outside. Seasoned cops threw a body outside instead of near the railroad tracks behind the house where nobody would find it for days. They threw him on the lawn and said, hopefully he dies, with his phone in his pocket, though. So that if he didn't die, he could call someone and tell them what happened. Just left him there to hope that he would die. Like, well, I don't know. She's got a broken taillight. She was drunk as a skunk, not acting normal. And also, that conversation never happened. They were never over at Kitchen Island having a conversation. Like, so who framed her? Who framed her? Who framed Karen? Because none of these people in the investigation knew Karen. Michael Proctor, as much as he said she's crazy, did not know Karen. He was on call that night. Oh, you have no idea. The Bar Association definitely is going to be investigating. Not that I have faith they'll actually do anything, but they have to investigate at this point because there was no candor to the candor. They didn't have candor to the court. Oh, thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate that, my friend. Well, see, that's the problem, though. When you keep getting misinformation and then you just repeat the talking points of the misinformation, it makes it look like you can't do your own research and that you're only going to believe what a bunch of people keep telling you over and over and over and over. Like, there are actual pieces of evidence that prove that things that Karen said were complete lies. We know there are pieces of data to prove it. Like, yeah, Karen's her own worst enemy, just as the sewer turtle. Exactly. And a shoddy, not 100% mistakes in investigation does not mean that someone is not guilty and that they didn't commit the crime. Yeah, because all the alphabet agencies want to waste all of their time and resources on this. Let me tell you, they're just so excited to do so. Yeah, I mean, the Arca-Science, where they weren't allowed to know about the text stream data that they're experts in, or the DNA, or like, you know, the wind, or where it happened exactly, or the taillight pieces in his clothes or really much of anything. And they were also told they couldn't look into anything by themselves. They were told that specifically. Yep, those ARCA witnesses that were proven to have, Wolf committed perjury at least twice that I can see. He lied about the DNA. Go back to his testimony in the first trial. He says that's the first time he's ever hearing of the DNA. But in the voir dire, he says that the government was calling him and telling him about the DNA specifically during the trial. So there's lie number one. And yeah, and also Judge Cannone did find that they were trial by ambush again. Like, yeah, Steve, we know who did it, right? That's what Karen claims. Steve, we all know who did it. You know who did it, Steve. We all know who did it. Then the documentary, we don't know. It's not for us to know. Then the judge says you need to name your third-party culprits. She names 3 people, one of which wasn't even there when Karen and John arrived out front. So, yeah, that story definitely checks out. Well, that's exactly what they want. It's just sad to me that people can't stop for a second and take themselves out of hating the cops, take themselves out of knowing that there is corruption, because corruption exists. It exists all over the place. I'm one of those people that knows that it exists. I've lived it, okay? But there being corruption, and again, I'm not a fan of Michael Morrissey. That does not mean that Karen Reed was framed. She wasn't framed, okay? There are pieces of evidence to prove she hit him. Irrefutable pieces of evidence. It should be. When you are presented with more information, those are the things you should be looking into, not trying to explain away so that it fits your theory or your narrative. Then don't ever be a cop. Don't ever try to be a detective, because you'd be a horrible one if that's what you do. You don't make it fit your theory or narrative. You let the evidence prove what happened. Like, oh yeah, he says you have to donate $5 or more. I mean, there's 484 people here currently, right this very minute. There's 484 people watching me between X and YouTube. Speaking of which, I would appreciate it if you guys would hit the like button. Some of you from YouTube, why don't you come on over? I mean, from X, come on over to YouTube into the live chat and hang out. We would love that. If you want to make a donation to the channel and help out, it really does help out. We don't have monetization and we are a small channel. You can do so on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. I don't read people's government names. My Venmo is locked, so people can't see it, because nobody should be harassed for supporting who they want to support or donating if they want to donate. I can't see my PayPal, Cash App. I don't even know. But once again, we have an Apple Pay link as well. They can't see that. I don't read government names. I only read screen names if you want me to. And if you want to remain anonymous, just say ANON or anonymous, and I just won't read your name. Usually I read only the people that I know. I have, hold on a second. Well, that's the thing, right? Okay, so for chat, this person wants to know, I got a $30 donation. Thank you so much. And they want to know, how could someone back into someone that fast? Why did she just drive head first into him? No way she could have done that. How would you explain that to someone that thinks she's innocent? Well, first of all, she backed into him. There was no forward. And secondly, she didn't hit him with the middle of the car, right? It was the side. So instead of him being hit head on right here, he was clipped here on the side of the car, hit him, not the full weight of the middle. Okay. Number one. Number two, I'm trying to read this correctly. How could someone back into someone that fast? Well, I mean, we know it was that fast because her car data shows us, and she's not claiming someone else was driving the car. It was 24. I mean, just the way she did, which was she threw it into reverse and put her foot on the gas at 75% acceleration. No person that's not angry doesn't do that. It's the same as peeling out going forwards. You are so mad and so drunk that you jam on the gas and back up, right? We know that her bells and whistles worked, because as she's pulling into John's garage just minutes later, okay, and she butt dials, we hear on the voicemail her bells and whistles going off as she's pulling into the garage. Beep, 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 beep. So we know they were working at that point. We know they were on. So that means she would have had to ignore them completely. And at the last second, by the way, the car data, which her defense experts pulled, she turns the wheel towards the curb, a smidge, as if she's sort of aiming at him to hit him. And again, her foot is 75% on the pedal there. 75% pedal. Not 25, not 10, not 50. 75%. How? Just the way she did it. She was angry. She was drunk. She took it in reverse, floored it, went back about 60 feet, hit him, put it in a drive, and drove off. And we know that because the car data shows us that. And her experts are the ones who pulled that data. So she can't claim it was tampered with. Her experts are the ones who did the chip on chip off. That's the best way I can explain it to someone who thinks she's innocent. Also, you got to point out to them that John's phone stops moving forever. Just seconds after she backs up, John's phone stops moving forever in the spot he is found in later on after 6 in the morning. Okay? As his phone temperature on his battery, on the temperature on his phone battery goes lower and lower and lower. It never goes back up. He doesn't go in the house. It never goes back up as if he's in somewhere warm. And remember, his phone is in his pocket. There's a body between him and the ground. So it goes down and down and down and down until he's found at 6 in the morning is the only time. Then it starts moving again and it starts going up because someone else now has the phone. See, that's where you're wrong. You seem to think that every piece of evidence has to have metadata to be authenticated. That is not how it works. I also think that you fail to understand that some of the data, some of the evidence gets looked over by the defense experts and the Commonwealth experts together in the same room. That's how it's authenticated. They don't need metadata. That's just something that the defense has made a wild ridiculousness out of. Metadata is not something that normally is given to a defense team. It's not a thing. Her car evidence is authenticated because the defense team are the ones who pulled that chip on, chip off with the Commonwealth experts standing there looking on. Vice versa, it was done this time. So that they can't claim there was anything wrong with the data. They can try to imply a little, but it doesn't work out. That's how it gets authenticated. So I don't know why you're saying they haven't given any authenticated evidence that she did it. Her car data is authenticated evidence. John's phone data is authenticated evidence. Her phone data is authenticated evidence. Do you hear them saying any of those things are not true? That those pieces of evidence are somehow not real? No, you won't. Because their experts are allowed to be right there with the Commonwealth experts for that data. Yeah, they'll be waiting until they turn into dust for the federal government to just come down on their ropes and kick open the door. It's not happening. Like, it's over. But see, here's the problem, Opal. They have, and you've chosen thus far to just ignore it, or in your brain, because you're hearing so much of this conspiracy in your brain, you have shut off any real evidence, and you're just saying like, oh, everything's corrupt. That explains it all. Everything is corrupt and everything's a setup, so I can't believe anything. That's not reality, sweetie. That's not how reality works. They've brought plenty of real pieces of evidence that have been authenticated with the defense to the trial. That's why they're in the trial. That's why the evidence is in the trial. That's why it exists. Okay? There's no lack of evidence in this case. Not by a long shot. You're just choosing to ignore it. There's a big difference there between them not having it and you choosing to ignore it or explain it away as it's all corrupt because the investigation wasn't great, so it's all fake. That's not rational at all. Like, exactly. Well, that's the thing. There's no dog DNA. I agree with Casey that I think that 2 counts have already been proven in Karen's own words. Like, not admitting when you're wrong, like, is kind of the problem with some of this. Like, oh, I do? Then I make shit. I just make it up. Yeah. Right. So most of the things that I said and I predict don't happen. Gotcha. Wow. You got me, huh? This is what you call trolling for no reason, because anybody who watches me like on a normal knows that this is laughable at best. That's what we call trolling, y'all. And a waste of their finger push-ups, to be completely honest. Yeah. Lots of the they have tons of motives, let me tell you. Everybody, that's funny because everybody, says that like they liked Karen before. This is so funny to me. Like Bella's mom, yeah. Yep. That's another thing. Like, if he's missing, why are you so worried about Bella's mom? Why are you so worried about Bella's mom? Why is that a thing? Like, oh yeah. It was a spectacle, that's for sure. Like, oh, the inverted video. I love when people want to scream about the inverted video. You realize, right? An inverted video isn't going to show you something you can't see. Ready? We'll do the experiment with you here already, Opal. Ready? We're going to do it for you. Because this is apparently what people seem to think, that an inverted, by the way, the only people who tampered with the video are the defense, because if it's recording as inverted, as mine does, to uninvert it is tampering with it. Just FYI for you. Anybody who knows anything about tech knows this. But let me just show you real quick. Ready? Here's my hand. See my ring on my finger? See that? Here's my hand. I'm putting it over here, right? I'm going to uninvert my video right now. Guess what? You still can't see my ring, can you? Everything in this video, you can see in this video. Isn't that amazing? When I change it and I turn it, as I've just done a couple times now, you still can't see anything outside of what you're seeing right now. Whether you invert or uninvert, the video is the video. What's on it is what's on it. Uninverting it does not magically show you things that are not already there, sweetheart. Like, I don't know why this is so hard for people to understand. It's not rocket science. It's actually fairly simple. Plenty of cameras actually record that way, and you have to change it yourself. Now, see, did you just say swabs given to the labs, not the actual clothing? They swabbed honey, they swabbed every hole in the clothes. How do you think that they did that? Like, how do you think they did that? Oh, man. That's my mama. That's my adopted mama. Don't mess with her. 2. I only see 1. I got rid of 1, but I mean... Well, they have lots of justifications. Like, that would be a good job for her, right? Exec for an alcohol company. Solo cups and butt dials. They definitely prove she's innocent. She made her own. I love when they don't like to point out that Karen made her own butt dials that night, y'all. Is she conspiracizing against herself? Anyone want to answer that? She made her own butt dials that night. So is she like in on it? I just want to know. I really want to know. Yes, there should be an automatic boot to anybody who's coming here to straight insult. They can't answer that, freak. They can't answer the actual pieces of data. That's what you don't seem to understand. The car data has been authenticated, sweetie. Like, yeah, cruelty is not satire, not even a little bit. Like, and yeah, the car data is better than a video. It literally shows you exactly what happened. Like, right? Bring on the conspiracy. They have nothing to do today, guys. It's there's no trial for them to watch. So, yep, gushing blood, which clearly could not have happened. Like, I did watch it. I watched the entire thing. I had the trial in one ear, and I was watching here for you guys, and then I had the Zoom meeting of him on my phone, and I was watching and listening like this. So I was doing both at the same time for you guys yesterday. I watched the entirety of it. It was quite comical in places. Like, so just saying. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. We have a $10 donation. You're totally welcome. You're totally welcome. You know, I feel like things should be gone over, you know, like, all right, hold on. I want to make sure I don't have a PayPal that I need to read. I think I do. Okay. Scorpio Moon says $5 and says, I love you. It says for a sedative or coffee tomorrow. LOL. Thank you, Scorpio Moon. You are the best. I appreciate you. That is the best. I literally love when you guys send me like, okay, we're going to hold on. Let me skip down. All right. I know you guys are going to hate this, but I am so far behind in these comments. I need to skip down. Yeah, well, he was alive, which means it wasn't at 6 a.m. because he was not alive then. They asked Hank to take the case. They asked him to take it because they knew he had dealt with corruption with the federal government before. And they knew that he would be meticulous when it came to this case. Yeah, I wouldn't want to use it. It's Bella's mom. So that's not the mom's name. I'm not going to say the mom's name because nobody should be doxxed, not even her. Honey, the 5 degrees of movement happened when the car backed up, not it being taken off of the tow truck. It's not that the time that happened. Yeah, they don't investigate death. The state police do. Oh my God, right? If I did a book like some of the people that get away with murder that then write a book about how they got away with murder. Like, well, that's the problem is they won't agree to anything, even if it's right in front of their face. Yeah, Ian Whiffen must be in on it too, you know. Jessica Hyde, very well credentialed and teaches this stuff. She's definitely in on it too, you know. Right. They don't investigate deaths. Canton PD does not investigate deaths. The question makes perfect sense. How did her steering wheel move 5 degrees after she backed up? She started to back up, right? And as she gets to the end of backing up, she moves the wheel 5 degrees at 75% acceleration. The question is pretty straightforward, I think. Yeah, the framing is like Karen framing everyone that isn't her. That's the framing. Like, oh my God. Not only is it shamelessly booze driven, but it's like so simple. It's a DUI murder of her boyfriend. It's not like, it's so simple. Occam's razor, dude. Like, well, that's another thing. Everyone else's version of what happened have stayed the same. Like, and they love to be like, oh, they lied because they used this word and not this word. And it's like, using a different adjective to describe the same thing doesn't make somebody a liar. That's not the way it works. You don't have to restate it the same way you said it the first time for it to not be a lie. That's preposterous and absurd for anybody to claim that. But that is how they hang on to their conspiracy hat, which is by saying, like, that's not how she said it last time. She used this word, not this word. Oh, no, not that. Karen's done that about 1 billion times, except the things that Karen has claimed have been completely debunked. Like, come on now. Yeah, you'll never hear that again. You know, never hear that again. Like, there was no reason to frame her. Nobody had a motive for that. They actually liked Karen, funny enough. Like, I don't know how, but they did. Like, they liked her. Like, Honey, there's been plenty of credible evidence. You can't keep asking for credible evidence when it exists. You just refuse to look at it. What do you mean? Since when does the government do anything for free? The government has their own money to spend. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like, at least to me, it's hilarious at this point. Like, no, they're not figures from Trooper Paul's spreadsheet. It is from the actual data from inside the brain of the computer from her car that the defense team pulled out on the chip on, chip off. The defense team, not the Commonwealth, the defense team. Like, yeah, the tech companies, you know, they must all be in on it as well. All right, I'm trying to skip down here because there's too many comments. So if there's something I miss, you guys, just write it again. I got to get to the bottom of this chat. I'm never going to get to the bottom. But that's the thing. It was only John's blood. Like, it doesn't change whether they collected it in a solo cup or a cup for dentures. It was just his blood. Let's see. If I'm missing anything that you guys want to say again, just say it again, because I got to skip all the way down here. Otherwise, I'm never going to get to the bottom of these goddamn chat messages. So if there's something I'm missing by getting to the bottom of these, you guys just write it again. I'm going to have to go back and read some of these later when the live stream's over. Boop. Hi, SMK. That's right. We have plenty of them in here, but you can debate a healthy debate without also like completely ignoring things that are right in front of you, that exist, that have been authenticated, but you're just saying they're not. That's not like real life. That's not logical. Like, there have been plenty of pieces of evidence that have been authenticated, including her car data, which the defense team did the chip on, chip off for. Like, yeah, they're very bored today, Jesse. I'm doing double the work of I agree with you, LLA, but I do like to have healthy debates, you know? Yeah, there's no manipulated anything. Like, wait, I didn't change the screen. Yeah, I did. I did change the screen like 6 different times. That's the point. If you had noticed, the signs would have been backwards. That's the only thing you would have noticed, is the sign letters being backwards. I did it like 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did it like 6 times. That's why I don't consider some people like SMK, like, I don't consider some of those types of people FKR, because they're not. I consider the FKR people more people who are like not common sense, like, and who think that like the harassment and the insults are okay. Like, yeah, they had them all inverted. That's just the way it was recording. Like, the dog butt dial too? Well, hey, I mean, shit. Like, I guess so. But I wish that they would do more research and look. The car data is going to be really bad for her. Unfortunately, you know, it's going to be very bad. Like, if you look at it now, you're right. Like, hey, she was more worried about wearing pajamas on Channel 4 than being arrested and indicted for murder. But hey, that's definitely normal. Like, they come here because they had nothing else to do. Clearly, no one else is streaming right now. So they think by coming here and, like, you know, trying to insult or something, doing finger push-ups, that somehow it's going to make it relevant for them, or they're somehow like doing some sort of damage. I don't know. I do think something will happen with them after trial. I think Hank was the perfect pick, Kings. You are 100% right. I'm hoping he plays that clip, but we don't know. I'm almost to the bottom of these, I promise. I can't wait for the new car data either, but it's going to be very bad, very bad. And again, the defense expert, even in the new car data, was allowed to stand right there with the Commonwealth's expert. So they can't claim that it was fake or just didn't exist before, because their expert stood right there with the Commonwealth expert, and they're the ones who pulled the data from the first extraction of the chip on, chip off from her car, that we know about the 75% acceleration and how far she backed up and at what time, and that it went 5 degrees. We know all of that because the defense is chip on, chip off. Thank you. Appreciate that, defense. Well, that's another thing. He's got a ring expert coming, and I really would like to know if he proves that that's the time those videos were deleted. We're right here. We're right here. All right, mods, I need you to do me a favor real quick. I have to use the bathroom, so I really need you guys to keep an eye on chat. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. I promise. I'm like almost there. I have to skip a bunch of comments. So once again, I'm skipping a ton of stuff right now. I am at the bottom currently. Hi, Anna. M. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I need my mods to keep an eye on the chat real quick. Talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be right back, and then we're going to play this clip. Much better. Yeah, with the ring camera. So Anna M said, in the beginning, I thought she accidentally hit him, and it was probably manslaughter at the most. I now 100% believe it was intentional, but she didn't think he'd die. I agree with that. There's a lot of, I'm in the conspiracy. You didn't know? Like, I'm in it. Like, I'm in it. All right, I'm going to pull up this clip that we're going to play real quick, okay? Hold on. Give me a second here. While I'm doing that, there's 500 people watching, and I know some of them are hate watchers. I know there's some of you in the bushes, per always, that are not hate watchers. But do me a favor and hit the like button, subscribe button if you already haven't. We would really appreciate it. If you want to donate to the channel, the information is on the screen, and there's a ticker at the bottom that runs by. It really helps out the channel. The donations have been very slow during trial when I'm streaming twice as long as what I normally do on a regular stream. So it would be very, very helpful. We do not have monetization, so we don't have super chats and super stickers and memberships and all that stuff. So this is the only way the channel survives, is from donations from our amazing viewers. So it all definitely helps and is a huge help to the channel. All right. I'm getting, hold on. I'm gonna get this clip so we can watch it. All right, let me put this down and this down. Oops. Let me get this up. All right. Interesting. Hold on. So the first question she was asked is, Karen, what would you like to say to Jen McCabe? I find that quite interesting, because everything that she spews in this moment is pure and utter BS. Just let's put it that way. All right. I just find it funny. She's got to try to save herself in this. Now, I don't think I can make it much bigger than this, but that's the question that she's asked. And this is how, hold on, maybe I can. Bigger? No, that's about as big as it gets. All right, here we go. Ready? Make sure it's on the screen there. All right, here we go.
Make a hole, guys. Make a Oh, I have nothing to say to Jen McCabe. I would say the dash cam and the 911 calls speak for themselves. If you want to know what the scene was like, just watch the video. Don't take anyone's word for it. Watch the video.
What can we expect from Cross?
A lot. I just want to thank Bob Alessi. I've been waiting to hear about my reconstructionist who I've invested a lot of money in over the last few months. And they're finally allowed to testify. They're objective. They were hired initially by the U.S. government. I didn't even know how to spell ARCA until February of last year.
So you feel
I'm incredibly grateful to Bob and my team, and grateful for the work you'll hear about from
What was the
ARCA.
ruling on ARCA? What did she make?
Yes, ARCA's in. ARCA's in. So
how do you think the judge is being fair to you? The judge is.
I believe that was fair, and I appreciate it. I would expect nothing less, though.
Did you notice a change in Jen's demeanor today compared to last trial?
No comment. Thank you.
No comment.
Karen, what would you like to say to Jen McCabe? Make a hole, guys. Make a hole.
Oh, I have nothing to say to Jen McCabe. I would say the dash cam and the 911 calls.
I mean, the way she lies so effortlessly, that's a sick person. You know who else lies that way? The sewer turtle. Isn't it amazing, guys? Isn't it amazing? Like, it's amazing to me. Yeah, he did prove that they didn't touch, that they had nothing to do with like tampering with Sally. But you know who did tamper with it? Oops, the defense. Because they unmirrored it. I love how they use the word inverted, and then we have to hear about butt dials, which prove absolutely nothing. Karen made her own butt dials that night. But butt dials and solo cups are what make Karen innocent. That's the most ridiculous and hilarious argument I have literally ever heard in my life. Okay. They proved the Sally Port video was already like that, and that those cameras were already like that long before Karen's case ever existed. So there's that. Like, well, yeah, they fought to keep a lot of stuff out because they know it's going to hurt them. ARCA is going to be a shit show for Karen. The fact that she's even telling the media right now, like, this is going to be great. ARCA is going to be great. They're independent. You're not going to be allowed to say they're independent. The judge made that clear already. They're not ever going to be allowed to say they were independent. They're not independent. They never have been independent. Okay. Number one. Number two, ARCA is going to be robustly cross-examined. They're going to look like utter fools because all the lies that they told the court are coming out. Okay. If I'm on a jury, there's no way I listen to a word ARCA says because they cannot be trusted after that cross-examination from Hank. They just can't. And, you know, Dr. Reinschler is a lot more believable than Dr. Wolf. Dr. Wolf didn't even want to answer basic questions that he knew the answer might not make the defense look good, but it was the answer. He wanted to dance around the answer until giving the answer. And if he does that again in trial, it's going to make him look bad. It's going to make him look like he's hiding things, which, as we know, he was. Like, well, that's the thing. Watch the video. We did watch the video. We heard everything. And that's the other thing. They use the word inverted on purpose to make it sound like it's nefarious. It's called a mirrored image. I did it like 6 times. And someone, FKR, I'm guessing, you didn't even do it. I did it like 6 times. I pressed the button like 6 times. Doot, 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 doot. So you didn't even notice it while I'm live streaming. You're not ever going to be able to see something that's not already in the camera's view. If you flip it around, you're still not going to. All you're going to see is these change. If you see these front words and I hit it, the words will be backwards. That's it. Left is right, right is left. That's it. That's all you're going to see. Like, Francesca said, both trigger events, Cedar Crest number 1 and Fairview number 2, happened within the same odometer reading of 22,629, meaning they were close in physical proximity. Cedar Crest 3-point turn is around the corner. It's possible she gets bigger car and more alcohol. It's true. It was in that setting for months or maybe even years for all we know ahead of time. You know, that would be great if they would start asking real questions like John DePetro. They ask softball questions of her, questions that they know that she's going to answer and give shit answers to try to soften it. The fact that she thanked Bob Alessi shows me that she is completely delusional to the fact that Bob Alessi is not getting any points across to that jury. The jury literally is not listening to a fucking word he says. He's too long-winded. He can't get a question out without asking, like, without giving like a narrative of like 3 sentences ahead of time. So the question itself is completely lost. Like, and the answer gets completely lost. Then at the end of the stuff with Ian Whiffen, he literally asked a question that had no relevance whatsoever. And Ian Whiffen's like, what? Like, what do you, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, how do you think that that's good? I would like to know. Like, are you that oblivious to the fact that Alessi is like nails on a chalkboard to listen to? I mean, we all knew that Lally was monotone, and that monotone drove me nuts. But like, at least I could still listen to him. Bob Alessi is like, your brain starts to just tune out. I can listen to Alan Jackson fine. I can even listen to Yannetti fine. But I cannot listen to Alessi. And my brain just starts going like, dude, just tuning him out completely. And if mine's doing that, and many other people have said the same thing, what do you think's happening with the jury? And we can tell because we have somebody in the courthouse that tells us what the jury looks like when he is doing his thing. And it is not good for him. Like, oh, they cut out some parts? Of course they did. Shocker, huh? You can say that again, beauty queen. You know, I think they both had MS, and that might be what she, bonded with her over. But yeah, she used John's niece as a conduit to call Jen. And that I won't ever get over. You scared the shit out of a child who had already lost both of her parents and now a third parent to her at 4 a.m. I'm sorry, but nobody at 4 a.m. is going to magically think he's magically dead all of a sudden. That should throw up some serious red flags to anyone. The fact that it doesn't to some people shows me that there's a serious issue. Yes, I have been checking the docket. I have it over here. I think a lot of people have said that they would like to just give Jen and the witnesses a hug. I'll tell you this much. If you go down to D&E and get some food, Chris is very down to earth. He's cool, calm, and collected. And as long as you're not going in there to troll, you can go down there, have some good food. You're treated like family, and we appreciate that. Chris and his family are good people, and they don't deserve what happened to them. What has been taken from Colin Albert can never be given back. You can't give him his college experience back. You can't give his scholarship back. Those things cannot be given back. But I'm hoping when these civil suits come and these people are sued into oblivion, that money will somehow make a better life for Colin and try to make up for just a little bit of what he's been through, because it'll never, ever make up for the things that he has lost that cannot be given back to him. It just can't. Yeah, and John did plumbing before he became a police officer. I think his dad was a plumber or something like that. And so she knew by mentioning another plumber, he would have been like, why would you call and hire a plumber when I could do it for free? That doesn't make any sense. She was clearly trying to make him jealous. That was very clear. Yeah, it is ridiculous that they would say anything about that. About the inverted video, because it's mirrored, first of all. I love they use the word inverted. No, it changes on the screen. It does change on the screen. Maybe it didn't that time, but it does change on the screen. Like, hold on, let me see. Camera. My signs, if they were frontwards, would be backwards now. There's another short video of day 1 of the trial. The defense team leaving court. At the top of the stairs, AJ says to Karen, don't talk. Bottom of the stairs, Karen talks. Hilarious, right? She can't help herself. Thought she was 50 minimum. Woof. I mean, she gets a lot of Botox. We know that. I can't watch Vinny. The only person on Court TV I will watch is friend of the show, Julie Grant. She does a great job. She's on at 8 a.m. If any of you guys want to watch her. 8 a.m. They are trying to get ahead of the bullshit. They always have been. Like, if you didn't know, yeah, exactly. If you didn't know who Karen was, you would think that she was the lead attorney. So I'm not the only one. I read, a lot of them. Like, it doesn't make sense to me how they think that people aren't zoning out. Like, if I'm zoning out and other people are zoning out, like, what makes them think that, like, the jury isn't zoning out? And as we know from John DePetro, like, it is. You know what I mean? It is. Like, no, he's not looking too good. That's for damn sure. Sorry, guys. I'm, like, going down these. Because mine don't come up in the same order yours do. I skip around. Mine don't. My screen, I'm getting comments from both YouTube and X. So they don't come in the same order as you guys do. Old dinosaur, Mrs. Doubtfire, right? Karen Reed is probably, that wouldn't surprise me either. We know that they are sent to watch and pay attention. Like, not that it's going to help them any, but yeah, I agree. It is a form of torture, in my opinion. It is a form of torture. Like, no, I do not think that she'll testify at all. Not even close. Like, you fell asleep. That's freaking hilarious. OMG. I feel terrible for Jen. It must be awful to have to go through what she's had to. Yeah, well, that's another thing. John's parents and his family, like, all of them. Carrie, like, imagine Carrie and Jen just got a phone call. You know what I mean? Like, they went out to help. Like, well, so that's the thing, Cheryl. When they do those blood tests, they don't include medications in them. Those are strictly for illicit drugs. So when they said it was negative for everything, they meant negative for all illicit substances. They do not test for your regular medications. And usually you give your history to the doctor, so they already have it in your medical file on what medications you're on, so they know to exclude them. When it's positive or negative, those are for illicit drugs only. They're not looking, or alcohol. They're not looking for medications in any way, shape, or form. So it probably was in her blood test, but the tests that they were doing were looking for alcohol or drugs. I only know that because I used to do drug testing. I worked for a company that went to sober houses, and we would do the drug tests and then bring them back to the lab to be tested. Yeah, no, I do not think she will testify at all. Jen was surprised at the medication Karen said she was taking, probably something she looked up online. I don't know. I mean, we'll probably never know, but medications aren't included in those kinds of drug tests. They're looking for illicit substances only. The defense is despicable, what they're doing to innocent people. You can say that again. Like, no way Karen testifies she'll be exposed for who she really is. And that's the problem. Every time she opens her mouth, it's a shit show. Like, inverted. I was talking about inverted video, so maybe she was talking to me. I don't know. She is despicable. That's for damn sure. Here's a press question, Joy said. Karen, how do you feel about the data expert demonstrating it's factually impossible for John to have been beaten in the house after your car accelerated into him? That's a damn good question. But we won't hear those, right? We're not going to hear those. Those are not questions that we're going to hear about. If Karen gets acquitted, she'll have to declare bankruptcy. It's her only choice unless she gets a Hollywood deal. I have no doubt she probably has deals lined up. That's, make no mistake. There was no plumber, just another lie. I don't believe one word out of her mouth. Not a lot of people do. I probably could have Chris on after the trial. I wouldn't have him on during the trial. And that's, of course, if he wanted to. I mean, they don't always want to subject themselves to dealing with crazies. I have no idea. I must have missed that too because I scrolled down. I went to the bathroom. I don't know. They're not. That's what I was saying. It's not coming across the live stream. I must have been missing something, right? Am I missing something here? Yeah, I can't do Vinny. I can't. Interesting. Well, it was moving on my end, and the point still remains that anything in the video you still can't see once I unmirror the image. Bottom line is, if you cannot see what's on my fingers in this image, if it reverses, you still cannot see what's on my fingers. All of the same things that are in this square that I'm in right now, just shift sides. It's all the same. You still aren't magically going to see something that wasn't there. So if you can't see what's over here, you're not going to be able to see it if I uninvert the video. It's just, that's not the way it works. Like, I can't believe I even have to explain that to people. People should know how this works. I guess if you've never used a computer before, it makes sense. Like, well, make no mistake, those civil suits will come hard and fast when this case is concluded. Well, that's exactly it. It breaks my heart too. Like, you know, my husband got an athletic scholarship to play baseball. And so believe me, I get it. Like, yeah, well, exactly, Diane. That's what he wants. He wants Karen, like Jen's exact words from the last time she testified. Nobody is going to use the exact words. That's just absurd. Like, I can't, Vinny's definitely not impartial. I can't agree with that because, he very clearly is FKR. That's very clear to me at this point in the case. Like, resting prison face. That's a good one. Like, why? It should though. So how do it should affect the image on the screen, because how else would you guys be able to see my signs, whether they're backwards or forwards? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, for me, it's like, come on. You know? Well, that's the thing, right? They're going to have a lot of civil suits coming. I just don't think that they realize that it's happening. I think they think that everybody's full of smoke. Like, no, it's happening. Like, they've never heard of Court TV. That's interesting. So she just said that. Yeah, I think she was just saying that to sort of make him jealous. As far as we know, there's been no evidence she actually called any plumber at all. Like, yeah, I can't. That exactly. I agree with you, Beauty Queen. I can't do it. Yeah, there's no chance she's getting on the stand. 100%. 100% no chance. Like, Jackson can't remember what his question was a minute before, but Jen must remember words from multiple interviews. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I'm sorry, but like, he wants word for word what they said last time. Like, I mean, maybe if you watch him from the beginning, you'd see it. Like, if you notice, he always cuts off anybody who is against like the conspiracy. If he has one person who's for the conspiracy on his show and one person against the conspiracy on his show, he lets the person who's for the conspiracy talk twice as much as he allows the person who's against the conspiracy to talk. And he cuts off the person who is talking against the conspiracy, but he does not cut off the person talking about for the conspiracy. Maybe you'll notice it now. He also likes to make excuses for the conspiracy, which most other people who are talking about the truth here don't do. Like, he's very hard to listen to. So hard to listen to. So hard. Like, I know that he has Krowski on, but Krowski's on Court TV on a couple different people. That doesn't make him any less biased just because he has Krowski on. He has Kevin on from Yellow Cottage Tales, but he cuts Kevin off. He cuts him off and he lets Nick Rocco talk twice as much as he lets Kevin. Her big car and her big mouth. That's very true. Like, every time Karen opens her mouth, venom spews. They should all sue for that. There is some civil cases coming. She does have siblings, actually. Her sister clearly wants no part of any of this. You only see her brother, Nathan Reed, who we call Smithers. Not if it was a prescription, no. Because the hospital wasn't, that's not their job to investigate that. They were asked for a blood draw for alcohol or illicit drugs. So they're not looking to check for your regular medications. They do what's called an illicit drug, either swab or pee test, or blood. And the panel is only for illicit drugs, not regular medications. So if they're saying it was negative, that means it was negative for illicit drugs and alcohol. She's a brother and a sister. And a sister. Yeah, I can't do it with him either. You're not the only one. AJ looked like a desperate bully yesterday. The jury doesn't know what he is badgering her about. Well, that's another thing, right? Doesn't know what he's badgering all these people about, just makes him look bad. Like, why are you badgering, EMTs and firefighters? Like, that doesn't look good. Like, Mrs. 101, that was the best case for Jen. Jury saw her calm, and AJ was spinning out, forgetting that, misnaming that person. Well, that's another thing. I think he did that on purpose, though. I think he was like trying to get Jen to say like, oh yeah, that's the person or whatever, knowing that it wasn't, pretending that he didn't know. He knows. Like, I do think that some of the times he pretended. Like, Lexus, her brother worked for Lexus. Is it a younger sister or an older sister? Is it a younger sister? Why did I think Karen? Is she in the middle? I might have thought she was an older sister, but maybe she is the younger. Right. Calling her family about man problems. Like, yeah, I saw that thing, that stupid thing. I saw it as well. Like, it's absurd. That's why she sits in court, though. She gives a lot of money. So can't believe how many people think you'd see something different in an inverted photo. It is idiotic, but to me, I can't believe I even have to explain that. Like, money laundering or something couldn't even be possible. Yeah, but I doubt it'll ever be looked into, And there was something about a college bookstore with Nathan Reed, and then he got like some sort of plea deal or something. And then he worked at Lexus. That's what we've heard about her sister. I obviously can't confirm, but clearly the sister wants no part of this public, whatever this is, circus. I want to see more of Karen's phone data and how it matches the timeline and John O'Keefe's phone data. You will. They have another expert, Jessica Hyde, to go over some of that as well. They have a bunch of other experts. The Commonwealth has a bunch of other experts this time. And I think, again, Hank's doing it very strategically, Everyone takes inverted photos every time they take a selfie than a regular photo. How come it's so hard to understand? I don't know. Yeah, the sister has had nothing to do with any of this. Like, nothing. Yeah, no, seriously. Now that you know that, right? Go back and watch some of his stuff, and then you'll see it. And you'll be like, oh, now you can't unsee what you just saw. You know what I mean? Like, well, that's the thing. The way he plays them is like she's testifying to her own nonsense. So she is debunking what her attorney just spent 3 hours hassling a witness about. It's freaking brilliant. Like, absolutely brilliant, in my opinion. Like, well, I think he absolutely knows the truth. 100% he does. I think he started, he's on YouTube now. So there you go. Like, yeah, that's what we've heard. I just have never been able to confirm it. But it's very clear that she wants no part of the public publicity in this. She probably wants to just live her own life and be left the hell alone. And I can't blame Karen's sister if that's, what she wants. I mean, I applaud her for not wanting to be a part of this circus. We love Julie Grant. Yeah, it's kind of weird that I have to explain it to anybody. It's just, like, that. I feel for her exes because they don't want a part of this. Like, they don't want any part of this. They do not want to have their families dragged through the mud. They don't want to be doxxed. They don't want to be harassed, but they sure have a story to fucking tell. I'll tell you that much. They have a really interesting story each to tell. But I can't blame them for not wanting to be involved in any of this. Like, I wouldn't either. Like, right? Thank you, Dixie Doodle. I agree. I've never seen a judge put up with this kind of bullshit like this, ever. Like, well, they're not inclined to listen. But the problem that I have with that is go look at the information yourself. Don't just sit there and listen to people, not even me. Go and look. Like, yeah, I loved when they did that. Oh, it's a younger sister. They blamed MS for her alcohol levels. Like, what? Like, no, I get it. I mean, I guess, but they did like correct and say like you're on this side, who got out of this side, who got out of that side. I think the officer was confused that it was opposite. But again, he was a state police officer, not a Canton police officer, so he wouldn't have known that the video was backwards. Which one? Which one? I'm so mean. You're not. No, you're not. You're not mean. Stop that. Don't they need to know if you're on opiates or drugs that affect your nervous system? No, they're not always testing to administer drugs. Sometimes they do a drug panel just to see if you have drugs in your system that would be affecting the way you're acting or the things that you're saying. And in this case, because she was there for psych, they have to test for illicit drugs because sometimes that explains why the person is having a psychotic break. So they did a illicit drug panel on her and alcohol testing, and they did a blood draw. And so that's what they're checking for. They don't check for your regular medications. They don't go through a blood draw and go, okay, when they say like this is negative, they can see your medications. But what I'm saying is when they do the blood draw, the results on what they're looking for are either positive or negative. If it's negative, that means that there was no illicit drugs in your system or alcohol. It doesn't mean that they weren't your medications. They can see those. What it means is it's just negative for illicit substances or alcohol. They don't make it positive just because your regular medications are there, because the panel itself is just for alcohol and drugs. So they can see all of the stuff that you have in your system, including your medications. But for that specific test, they're only looking negative or positive to see if it's negative or positive for illicit substances and alcohol. So it's not going to be a positive drug test for her MS meds. It's going to be positive or negative for illicit substances and alcohol only. Yeah, I don't think it worked in the first trial when they sort of tried the whole like MS thing, you know, like that's another thing. Then she talked about weak pores and putting a shot in her drink. So I don't think that was going to help her with that, you know. Jessica Hyde was good because she explained it so well in layman's terms for the whole jury and everybody else to understand. Yep, she has a sister. Oh my God, those home videos were bad, so bad. Imagine handing those over and being like, look at my little angel, go ahead and play these. Never, never, never. Like, seeing Karen's personality and seeing the family dynamics, it would not surprise me to find out that the sister was Karen's first victim. Oh, you know, very real possibility. Narcissism at its finest. They don't just magically become a narcissist. Like usually it happens from a young age. They are better than her testifying because you're right. They're broken up and put in the exact places that the defense doesn't want them, you know? JMS, she willingly handed it over to the circus. I wouldn't say lost. LOL. The judge gets an F+. Why plus? When are we get an F-, Jack? F-. Like, I do think she's trying to split the baby, Allie. I agree with you there. Bev lets the defense get away with badgering witnesses, stalking of witnesses, and is also allowed to insinuate any narrative in witness testimony. That's another problem that I have. The allowing of the narrative to continue when asking questions. It's question and answer only, not narrative. You were doing this, you were doing that, you were dancing all around. And then, so didn't you see Karen? Like that's a bunch of narrative before a question. Like, and AJ was doing a lot of that. Judge should have stopped him, but also Hank should have objected. But I get where he doesn't want to object a ton because it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like you're stopping the whole thing to object to something stupid. The jury's going to be like, what the fuck? Like the Karen clips are the only thing that makes me think Karen will want to testify. In her mind, she'll want to explain it herself to the jury. I don't think she'll ever testify. I think there's about 0% chance Karen Reed will ever testify, even in her own defense. Like, I just don't think it's happening. Like, I don't, I mean, she has to know at this point that all of those things were sitting with the Esty, is that who we're talking about? The one that wears the wig? Yeah. Gross, that giveaway is disgusting. It will be a gift if she testifies to the prosecution. Like, I agree with you on that, Angie. If it happens, she can thank herself, really. I'm being realistic, so she probably won't, but goodness do I hope. I mean, we all hope she does, but I doubt that will happen. You know, I say let her. She'll sound like a fool. She won't be able to answer the cross-examination questions, and it'll show the lies. Been an RN for 26 years and have worked in multiple different areas, including infusions, trauma, ER, ICU. I do not believe she has MS. I just don't. My daughter gets infusions. I mean, hey, it's possible. It's possible. It's possible she doesn't, you know, who knows? But it's also possible she does. So I don't want to make that speculation just because I have my own health issues and I have a daughter with a rare terminal illness. So I don't want to make that assumption on anyone. But I mean, I guess it's a possibility. And to add to that, they ask what you take regularly because certain proper meds can show as illicit drugs. Yes, they do. So like amphetamines, like Adderall can pop up as an amphetamine also. But if they find something that's positive and you're insistent that that's not like a drug, once they find a positive, they're supposed to further test to make sure that it's not a medication or a food item. Oh God, bless your heart, Allie. I don't know if I could do it. Watch that documentary again. Like, if Karen were to take the stand, which she won't, would she be on there for days? Probably at least 2, I think. If she had MS, she'd use it and bring it up more often, maybe blame her memory loss. Doesn't want someone to quit. I mean, yeah, I guess you kind of would maybe try to blame like the memory loss on that, but that's not the angle they went on though. The angle they went on was a conspiracy. So now if they change it to like, it's her MS memory loss, everyone will know she's lying. And so I feel like that's the only reason why they didn't, is because then you have to change their whole theory, which shows that clearly it can't be the truth. She can't be framed if you're changing the entire theory, you know? The home videos they played in the ID documentary, Body in the Snow. Yeah, I don't think she is. Like, there's a small percentage of me, Casey said, that he thinks her narcissism may compel her to testify. It's a possibility. I just don't think she will. And yes, I don't think the jury will like her. Not even a little. I don't think they like her anyway. Yes, it was in a Body in the Snow documentary. It's on Max and ID, Investigation Discovery. MSC, the murder suspect. That's a good one, Navin. Hey, everyone. I'm really enjoying this channel. Thanks for the review. I haven't been able to follow this week during live trial. No problem. I mean, we didn't have a ton of things happen this week because Jen McCabe has been on that goddamn stand and Ian Whiffen was on the stand for quite some time. So, I mean, there is a lot of questions they asked, but like realistically, we're talking about 2 people who are on the stand more than one day. You know what I mean? Like, more than one day. And Jen's going to have to come back tomorrow again. So it's like, I mean, Jackson was getting so upset. Oh, I need that clip. Can one of you guys, maybe Jesse or Freak, can send it to me? You have the clip where Jackson says, I can't end it like this. That clip, I need that one. About Jen's testimony and her cross-examination? Is that what we're talking about? Jen McCabe's? Well, she's not Jen, but so far. I can. Hold on. So I think Jen McCabe did fairly well. I mean, she kept her cool, which was hard for her last time. And I can't blame her because so much of what they were saying last time was just like blaming her for shit she never did. And like that would get to me too. That would drive me freaking bonkers, like absolutely bonkers. So I totally understand. But Jen has kept her cool and she's answered it. And if she doesn't remember the exact time, instead of trying to guess as she did before, I was trying to give them a roundabout time. Now she knows that they're going to try to use that as if it's some sort of conspiracy because she didn't give the exact time. So she's basically saying like, you know, I don't know an exact time. I can't give you an exact time. I don't remember. And that's the smart thing to do because otherwise they're just going to try to use it against you as if you did something wrong by not remembering the exact time something happened. Like nobody was looking at their watches when all of this was going down, second by second. Like, so it's smart of her to say like, I don't know. The answer is not going to change. I don't know. Like, I can't remember, like, but I think she did a phenomenal job given the circumstances. I mean, Jackson made himself look dumb, but it's literally like the fact that he goes over I hit him so many times. Like He ruined his own cross. Okay. You want to make the point clear and then move on. His problem is he didn't make the point clear and move on. He harped on it and harped on it and harped on it. And in his bid to impeach a witness, all he then does is he risked and solidified for the jury that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. He then risked Jen keep repeating that is what his client said. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right? So all you're doing is having Jen repeat that over and over to the jury. It just sticks into the jury's mind as she said it. He didn't do himself any favors. He actually screwed Karen hardcore by spending 3 hours going over, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Like, he's not, I don't think he realizes, but he should have since the first trial, that his LA style of things are not going to work here in Boston. Like, I think we all need therapy afterwards, and just to be honest, like, we're all going to need therapy. All of us. Like, all of us. Yes, he did. Sounded like a jilted lover. I'm going to try to find it now, but was it right before lunch break, right? Was it right before lunch, or was it at the end of the day? It was so sinister that Peggy asked them to sit there and try to figure out what happened by coming up with a timeline. If I was the mother of that person that passed away, and believe me, I live with the fact that my daughter could pass at any time with her disease, I'd want that fucking timeline. Absolutely. You to write down anything you guys can remember, please. I want to find out what happened to my baby. Like, bottom line, there's nothing nefarious about trying to figure out what just happened to your child. You've already lost one. Peggy lost her daughter and her son-in-law. Okay. Now her son. No, nothing nefarious about. Of course, he didn't mention that it was at the request of Peg O'Keefe, because then he'd have to actually be telling the full truth and not FKR grifting. Like, is she in this picture? This is the O'Keefes. This is Peggy in the blue. Yeah, she's doing better than me too. Yes, that we were listening to her intently. That they, a little bit when Jackson got like super loud, a couple of the jurors apparently like kind of just looked like, what is he getting so loud about? But it's like they were intently listening and taking notes to what Jen said. I mean, she did this once before, and so she knows what she's dealing with. I think that was like the benefit to this, is that she's already dealt with them. Yeah, sorry, sir, was probably driving him nuts. I apologize. That was probably, it was driving him nuts because he promised the, the Reeds that like he'd bring Jen down, and like he's not even scratching the surface when she's just being like, I apologize. I don't remember. I can't give you an exact time. Like, I'm really sorry. Like, it doesn't make him look good, because I couldn't keep that composure. No fucking way. No way. Like, not with all the fake crap he's throwing at me. No friggin' way. And nope, none. On God's green earth. No way. It's incredibly difficult to be in the jury box for that long. She's doing a good job, but Jackson won't stop filling her. I can't watch. I come here to find out what happened. I caught some snippets. It is hard to watch, but I think it's important to watch too, because in the end, when Karen's found guilty, I want to know that I saw everything and that I know how much it means at that point. You know, that was gross. I've done enough damage, and yesterday I can't end it. Yeah, it shows exactly what he's trying to do. And to make that comment in front of the jury, do you think he thinks that's going to help him? Discord general. Okay. Oh, crap. I can't get it out of Discord. I'm not signed into Discord right now on my computer. God damn it. That's my bad. I have to sign into Discord on my computer. I just don't have it signed in. I shut everything down yesterday when it was lagging. Yeah, that drives me crazy too, Jack. Oh, yeah, me too. At the beginning, you could see how maybe she didn't do it on purpose, but it was end of the day, you think, Maestro? By the way, we missed you, Maestro. Where have you been? Finger wag. We missed you. I will say, as someone who doesn't believe the case has been proven yet, just my opinion, I can say Jen did so much better this time than last time. She was more likable this time. Well, funny enough, the jury found her very credible last time. That we know that. That's what they said. Like, go to earlier, the lady next to the lady in the black. She was sitting where Paul usually sits earlier. Renee? I know Renee, so I'm wondering if you mean Renee. End of day. Okay. I can't go into Discord. Not on the computer. All right, I'll scroll a little bit back. The only time taking notes is suspect is when the person then gives no comment police interviews like the McCanns. XDM. Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, freak. It's normal to write down memories right after an event. Like, yeah, because you don't want to forget anything. Any important things you want it down right then. You know what I mean? Like, you're still going to remember for the next couple of days, especially if you're in shock. Like, things are just going to start, you're going to start remembering things. And I know because I've been through something pretty traumatic. Yeah, exactly. What mother wouldn't want to know what happened to the baby? You can say that again, Nicole. Complete zero just doesn't, I mean, it irks the frig out of me. Like, the girl next to the lady in the black is wearing a light blue black hair. I did hear as well that Mr. Reed yelled at Jackson, but I haven't been able to confirm it. She definitely is getting to him. Yep. And that's the smart thing to do. I know, if it had only been on camera. You know, I'm thinking about maybe trying to FOIA the cameras if I can get my hands on them after trial. No guilty person with half a brain would give multiple police interviews and make a written record. I think Hank's redirect of Jen would be really good. Me too. We missed you. It would have went viral. Jack wants to know if Besties believes the conspiracy. Illuminating Ink saying, I'm sick and tired of all the so-called journalists or news organizations coverage. It's all conspiracy, sensationalism. I want to get back to true journalism. I friggin' 7,000% agree with you on that. I know Renee. I went to school with her. So I'm trying to figure out if that's the same person that you're asking about. I'm going to go back a little bit and see if it is. My daughter and I wrote down our mutual recollections after a traumatic event we experienced because we were in shock and knew things would get jumbled and mixed up later. Exactly, Francesca. And I like remember that I started remembering things over like the next couple of days because once the shock starts to wear off, like then you're like, oh shit, this also happened and this also happened. Like it doesn't all come to you all at once, you know. It's you're still dealing with it as that's going on. Like, yeah, he is stringing it out for days. And he did not expect someone like Hank. Hank is out lawyering him hardcore. Yeah, how is come at me working out? Always condolences. I know you're here. Miss Boring News that just reports the facts with no spinning and talking heads. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get that anymore. I do my best to give you guys the best, most up-to-date information that I have. I can only do what I can only do. Let me see if I can go back here for a second. First, I'm going to do this. Then I'll get the thing out of X. Hold on. Let me do this first and go back for her. I think I know who you're talking about. I think maybe you mean Renee, but I'm not sure. This is all showing the Reed family. This is the beginning of the day, I'm assuming. Dang, why aren't they showing? They're showing mostly Karen's side. Maybe I go this way. I'm trying to see. They switch like only a few times. Hold on. See if we can play a little bit.
Good. The incessant screaming and hysteria that you've described here in court.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever mention anything about an argument or a fight to Sean Good?
Objection.
Sustained, Mr. Jackson. She said she didn't remember. Next question.
I have to go through the series of machinations. I don't know what she remembers and doesn't remember.
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Did you mention anything about a cracked taillight to Sergeant Good?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have no memory at all about what you talked to Sergeant Good about?
There were many officers there.
Right.
And like I said, I know I talked to Sergeant Good, but I do not remember the specifics of my conversation during that chaotic scene.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Let me ask a different question. There were many officers there, and many officers were asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
Did
I'll
you
go back there
did you tell any officer while at the scene that during those first few phone calls, first couple of phone calls with Miss Reed, that there was incessant screaming and hysteria?
Again, there were many officers asking me questions. Most of them were regarding who John was, if he had medical issues or concerns, things like that.
Right.
It was a chaotic scene. I don't remember any specific questions about phone calls. I apologize.
But you did tell at least one officer about the initial phone call that you received indicating that John may be missing, correct?
I possibly said I got a phone call and that's why I'm here. We all came out to look for him. I apologize for not remembering.
Maestro
specifics.
always comes
Did you
here.
tell any officer at the scene anything about an argument or fighting that Ms. Reed said occurred on that first couple of phone calls?
Again, the conversations were very brief and they were with a lot of different officers. There wasn't
yes or no?
in-depth conversations.
Yes or no?
Let her answer the question.
Do you recall, that is a yes or no question, do you recall telling any officer about a conversation in the initial couple of phone calls that you had with Ms. Reed about fighting or being in an argument? Do you recall that?
I cannot answer yes or no.
Well, you either do or you don't. If you don't,
I said
say
there
you
was
don't.
many different conversations. I am not sure.
So you don't recall.
I'm not sure on specific conversations about that. I apologize.
Is there a reason why you're not telling us that you simply don't recall making that statement?
Sustained.
Do you recall telling any officer about a cracked taillight that came up in one of those first two phone calls?
At the scene,
At the scene.
again, I think all the conversations were about what was happening in the present time.
And literally, this was a couple of hours after this incident, correct? When everything was freshest in your mind.
These conversations were at the scene when Miss Reed was running around screaming.
Were you also interviewed by
This didn't help him.
Officer Mullaney?
Again, there were many officers there that I spoke to.
Ms. McCabe, do you understand my question?
Like she doesn't. Come on.
Did you understand the last question I asked?
If I spoke to an officer, Mullaney,
Correct.
again, I could have. I am not sure. I don't remember every officer. It was a chaotic scene. I just found my friend on the ground.
So the answer is, I don't remember.
I
Correct?
don't remember speaking to him. No, sorry.
I don't think it's going to play very well for the jury at all. Look at her demeanor and look at his. This is what the
Later
jury's
that morning,
watching.
You did have a conversation with Officer Lank that you actually do remember, correct?
Yes, correct.
What you told Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank was that you received a phone call from Kaylee's phone and that Karen Reed was distraught because John never came home, correct?
I told him she was, because I don't remember the exact words, but I told him something like she was hysterical and screaming and said John never came home.
You never mentioned that she said anything about a fight during that initial phone call, correct?
Again, I'm not sure what exactly was said during that initial phone call.
You never mentioned that she said something about a cracked taillight in that initial phone call or those two phone calls, correct?
Are these phone calls with who? Who are these phone calls? Who am I speaking
The
to at this
initial
point?
phone calls that you had with Miss Reed,
Yes.
you never mentioned to Officer Lank or Sergeant Lank
Being vague on
that
purpose.
Miss Reed mentioned anything about a fight or an argument, correct?
I don't remember.
You never mentioned anything about having Miss Reed saying anything about a cracked taillight in one of those two initial phone calls, correct?
I agree.
Again, I don't remember all the things that I told Officer Lank.
And you certainly never mentioned that Miss Reed said anything about could I have hit him
Exactly, JMS.
during in either of those initial phone calls, correct?
Again, I don't remember my specific conversation with Officer Lank.
So you don't remember the conversation that you had with Officer Lank when it was the clear light of day. You had a chance to take a beat and a breath, catch your breath.
Have you?
Because it's now 11:30, 11 o'clock in the
Oh,
morning.
a few hours is a breath.
You don't remember anything about that conversation.
Come on.
But according to your testimony, you remember in detail what my client said, waking you out of a dead sleep. Correct?
So I didn't speak to him at 11:30. It was earlier in the morning when he came back to Fairview.
Let's call it 9 o'clock. Whatever.
Okay.
Whatever. No, it's not whatever.
It wasn't the same
It's
chaos
purposely misleading.
as my client screaming into the phone that John never came home, waking you out of a dead sleep, correct?
Correct.
But when you recounted that conversation or those conversations to Sergeant Blank, you didn't say a thing about Ms. Reed saying that there had been an argument, did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and acting erratic. And so every police officer that I spoke to,
let her finish.
Every police officer that I spoke to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But the minute I remembered, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words I hit him to a grand jury.
This is what screws him right here. Your client said, watch.
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never told that to the grand jury, did you?
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I did.
There to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at the scene.
What was the answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Ms. Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this. You said
Okay,
she
jurors,
said-
ignore the comments of counsel. Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath.
This is great. Jen's great here.
Yes, because she also said that.
All right.
So, folks, we are done for today.
I'd have
You
been
remember tomorrow is the day that we're not in session.
Yep.
So we will see.
I would have been completely turned off by a lot of that. Okay, so you're saying I'm trying to go to the place where Foghorn Patty wanted to see. She says it's when they end like quickly. So I'm trying to find that spot somewhere. I'm not really sure where it is though. Guess we can kind of look for the fan and then go backwards. Oh, that's lunch. This has got to be lunch right here. Let me undo it. You're talking about, okay, this is the Reed family, so that can't be it. Let's see. Back up a little. Still the Reed family. Still the Reed family. It's hard too because they have like Karen Cam on, so it's hard to do both. Oh, maybe around here, possibly. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It is in Canton, yes.
All right, obviously it's in.
He sounds like such a fool.
Objection.
You know what? I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Nope.
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the
This is
department.
where they.
Yes, but my
thing.
relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with Massachusetts State, with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
I think so, Francis.
Stop you for a second and see counsel at sidebar, please.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So this is where they stop. I want to see counsel at sidebar. You mean this lady in the green? That's Paul O'Keefe's wife. It's Paul O'Keefe's wife. Next, this is Erin O'Keefe right here. This is Jackie Dougal. This is Jackie Dougal right here. Carl Dougal, who's good friends with John's wife. I'm not sure who Foghorn Patty means, but they are not in court today. We're just going over some stuff. It's half men, half women on the jury. Hello, Francis. Beginning of the day. This is closer to the beginning of the day. This is like 2 hours in-ish. Yeah, that's what I keep hoping, is that anybody who's there who's not supposed to be, who just lied, is there for, will get thrown off by the time. Second row, far right. I do not know who that is. The far right, the one next to Jackie Dougal, you mean? The lady in the black with the buttons on her shirt's Jackie Dougal. So I think that might be one of Jen's sisters. Jen's sisters were in court yesterday too. So he is up against the wall, that's for sure. Like, yeah, it's half men and half women. It was just Jen and Alan Jackson pretty much all day. I'll let it play for another couple seconds and see if they move it over so I can see. But I can't see. I think it might be Jen's sister, one of Jen's sisters. Yeah, right here, right? I think this is one of Jen's sisters, I believe. But I'm not sure. Right? Who did the blue outfit better? Well, that's the thing, right? He wasted all frickin' day. All day with these pointless back and forth questions. I mean, let's watch one more little clip of this whole I hit him. Okay. Now, this was the end of the day we just saw where it was like, I can't end it like this, Your Honor. Like, okay. So like, that's close to the end of the day, right? So we go back. Let's go back some. Let's go back 2 hours-ish to before lunch. Was this before lunch?
Remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights.
So this is where he badgers her about where was the Jeep? And she's like, I don't remember. I saw the lights to Ryan Nagel's truck, but I don't remember where the Jeep was. All I saw was the lights. I didn't even see the actual truck, right? And he just badgers her about where's Higgins's Jeep. And she explains, and this is where Hank should have objected, or the judge should have stopped him, because there was too much of asking the same question and not getting he's not getting the answer he wanted, right? Like, she does meet all the criteria of borderline personality disorder. I mean, she is definitely a nightmare for any attorney. You would think. While we're waiting for them to, because it's playing, why don't you guys do me a favor? There's close to 550 of you here. If you could do me a favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button. Donating to the channel is a huge help. It's been very slow while we've been doing live streams for the trial. So it's very helpful, because we need to cover costs before we ever make anything on the channel. And it's been very, very slow during trial. I get why, probably because we're all paying attention to the trial. But but I'm streaming twice as long, sometimes 3 times as long. It's over 8 hours usually on trial days. So it's super duper helpful. We have an Apple Pay link for you Apple Pay payers. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the bottom of the screen right now. And we also have Revolut coming for my UK people. I got an email last night that it'll be up and running. So after stream today, I will go and fix that and put the information in Discord. Timestamp 102. Like 1 minute and 2 seconds or 1 hour in 2 seconds. Weed whacker. Yeah. We call it Reed Whacker over in my Discord. That's the channel in the Discord to talk about this case. It's called Reed Whacker instead of Weed Whacker. She wanted to give herself that weird nickname. Yeah, exactly. An hour of Brennan and the rest of daily Jackson Hole. Well, all we can do is hope, JMS. That's all we can do is hope that Hank got the job done and made sure that people weren't sneaking onto the jury, but they can still be released all the way up until deliberations. So, yeah, asked and answered. I would object. I'm just saying, I think there's some objections that should have happened here. Yeah, there's no way. Even Arca said that she could not have broken her taillight back into John's car. And let's be very clear here. Her taillight actually misses his car. It's her bumper that hits his car. If you go back and watch it, her taillight misses the car, goes behind it.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Look at the highlighted portion and tell me if that refreshes
1 hour or 2. I'll play it after.
Anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm
before
sorry,
this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
Yeah, it's called Reed Whacker.
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you?
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection?
Objection.
That was her answer. Next question is Jackson.
The only time the judge really kind of like, no, I don't think that's her answer. That's exactly what she said. What do you mean you don't think that's what her answer is? Like, to say that in front of a jury, the jury's like,
thank you.
What? That isn't what she said. No?
And tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what?
Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot.
I can read the time, but in my memory.
My question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yeah,
here.
so something.
know what it
similar.
said.
It was screenshot from Ryan Nagel
In my-
to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other
Yes.
words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside,
When she walked out and then came back inside?
soon after she went out, she talked to her brother. She came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the
Right.
left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this,
Mhm.
as you're looking out that storm door window,
Mhm.
going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car,
Do
and
you
then I
remember-
went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep,
Mhm.
a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV.
I'm going to pause that for 1 second just to say a few things. Number one, all the taillight pieces were not found by the same trooper. That's untrue. They found pieces of the taillight by the CERT team that day. And then as the snow melted, the chief of police of Canton drove by and then would call the state police as well to come if he found pieces of the taillight as he drove by in the morning to see if anything came from the snow melting. They were not all found by the same trooper. That is incorrect. They found pieces of taillight that very night when the CERT team got there in the snow that they had to dig for, they had to find. It does look like Yannetti checked out. I wouldn't call my dad, God rest his soul, if I broke a taillight or if my boyfriend didn't come home and it's only 4 a.m. Not until the next morning, not until I really don't know where they are. That's for sure. And there was multiple people looking for the taillight from the CERT team. It was not found all by the same person. That's not true. I don't know where you heard that information from, but that is untrue. They took video actually of them doing the snow blowing, looking for pieces that they found glass. As I'm only showing this little part here because it's about Brian Higgins' Jeep. And what Jackson here is trying to do is he's trying to assert that Brian Higgins's Jeep somehow is involved in all this, but because Jen doesn't remember whether the Jeep was in between the truck and Karen's car or if it was behind, all she remembers is seeing the lights of Ryan Nagel's truck. He's getting very frustrated. Proctor was not involved in finding every piece of evidence. That's also untrue. I don't know where you heard that from, but that's also not true at all. He wasn't even at 34 Fairview when they found pieces of taillight, just FYI. Just so you know. I don't know. You got it. Yeah, you're going to have to revisit some of the things you were told because that's not correct. That's not accurate. Yeah, there's no chance that I would call my dad, my mom, my sister, or anyone in the middle of the night from tapping. We also have the video. If you go back and watch the video without people screaming in your ear that the taillight was cracked by hitting John's car, you literally can see his traverse here and Karen's car backs up. This is her taillight. Her taillight literally goes past John's car and her bumper hits his car. If you go back and watch the video. Even her own experts said that there would be no chance that a taillight would break at that very low speed and that could not have happened, just to be clear here. Yeah, the blue is what we wear in memory of John. I got my Justice for John O'Keefe sweatshirt on right now. I wear it out in public on purpose. And believe you me, I get the looks from the Klan. It's weird that we're seeing Victoria George pop in and pop out. She's the juror. She was not a deliberating juror, but an alternate juror that didn't get on the deliberating side of this case, who decided to be one of Karen's lawyers. That's just suspicious in itself to me. And yeah, you can be hit by a car going 40 miles an hour and get up and walk away with no scratches. I've literally seen it. So it's and also people forget that this is not a normal pedestrian accident. That John was hit from behind. It's not normal to be hit from the back of the car. Usually pedestrian accidents are the front of the car hitting a person, not the back of the car. So things are going to be different. Also, it bugs me when everybody expects that the injuries are somehow going to be the same every time someone gets hit by a car. That's preposterous to believe that, his injuries don't look like a car accident. Well, normal car accidents with a pedestrian are from the front, number one. Number two, he wasn't hit head on straight in the middle of the car. Number two, it was freezing outside. It was 18 degrees. It was snowing, and there is a berm there, a curb, a berm. So Jackson lied and said there was no obstructions. There was no anything that he could have hit his head on. Yes, there was. There was a berm. And I have pictures. I'm going to have to pull them out of my phone, but I have pictures of that fire hydrant. Okay. And I can't remember if it was on Julie Grant's show or here. Somebody was saying something about the fire hydrant that it was M. William Phelps. He was saying that something about the fire hydrant kept nagging at him. And it's funny because when I went to Fairview the first time, I took a bunch of pictures. And one of the first things I noticed was the fire hydrant. And the fire hydrant on the top of it, on the top part of it, not where the thing sticks out at the top, but the top part of it has a dent about, I don't know, this big on it. And I got up close and I took pictures of that dent on it. So, that always nagged at me too, just because I saw that dent on the fire hydrant. But here's the thing. There could be a million ways he hit his head. The bottom line is this. The car data shows that he stopped moving seconds after that car backed up. That is as good as it gets without having an actual video show us what happened. I don't know what more evidence anybody would really need. His phone never moves again. The phone temperature goes down. He does not go in the house. There's plenty of evidence so John never goes into that house. The phone is on him. Karen talks about how she tries to take it out of his pocket. So it's on him the entire time. Yep, multiple people looked and multiple people found parts of the taillight. It wasn't one person or one trooper. I don't know. She's there a couple days, then she's missing for a couple days. Doesn't make sense to me, but it's what happened. Well, that's the thing. No one saw him on the lawn. No one saw the accident. That doesn't mean it didn't happen, It was nighttime. Nobody was looking for him on the lawn, I wouldn't have been, that's for sure. I would have felt bad afterwards. Well, that's what we got left is about 1.5 hours, 2 hours of him tomorrow. So we're going to have to, well, at least I have to suck it up. I know you guys don't have to, but I suck it up so that you guys know what's going on. Especially if you guys have been reading any of that propaganda or like listening to it, you definitely need to go back and look at some of the evidence. You have to remember that propaganda about the evidence has changed over time. First, it was the taillight was found on top of the snow, and that was super suspicious because it was on top of the snow. It was not under the snow. It was on top of the snow. How could it get on top of the snow? We now know that that was a complete and bold-faced lie. It was never on top of the snow. We have video. And they overturned snow with shovels. So no, I would never call my parents. That's never. Like, not that I have parents to call, but I still wouldn't call them. Like, if I had parents to call, my grandmother was like my mother, and I would not call her for that. Like, yeah, she could have just got fixed and nobody would know, right? Like, exactly. Who died or what really happened? Not a fender bender, not a crack my tail light. Like, why'd you leave him there? You said you left him at Waterfall, but you didn't go back to Fairview. You said he was just missing and hit by a plow. None of that makes sense. Okay. None of it. None of it. Why would you think he was hit by a plow if you know where you left him? That doesn't make sense. Like, it just doesn't. Like, yeah, it's another thing. You want to give your parents a heart attack? They're older. They're not, spring chickens. They're not in their 30s or 40s like I am, I mean, my daughter doesn't even call me like she's 20. And if she's like, I think the last time she called me for like an emergency, it was her boyfriend's car broke down and they were in New Hampshire and we Ubered them home. Like that you call for. And it wasn't in the middle of the night. It was the middle of the day. Like, she would never call me in the middle of the night unless it was a real emergency, like a real emergency. And he was clipped by the back. It wasn't a frontal hit. There's no such thing as an expected injury. Exactly. There's only trends, but there's no such thing as an expected injury when being hit by a vehicle. Some people get right back up without even a scratch, without any road rash, without scratch at high speeds. I've seen people string right back up and and they're like, I don't know how it happened, but I got nothing, nada. Like, well, that's another. How many have you seen is exactly it. Like, they just repeat things. It's, yeah, the electrical box is also right there that I took pictures of as well, because there was a clasp on it that it doesn't remain shut. And I was told it was like that for years, even when the Alberts lived there, that it doesn't remain shut. It sort of is like halfway open. And I took pictures of that as well. I'm gonna have to find them, but and send them to Ashley to send to my email, because I took pictures of it because it nagged me when I was there. Like, these are things he could have hit his head on, No. Nobody. I mean, unless you're, that's your specialty, I think anything that is painted metal can be ruled out as far as the head wound. That's true, because then the paint chips could have, yeah, you're right. You're right. No, that's incorrect. What do you mean? When they reconstructed the light, the lab did that. The lab reconstructed the light. Like, what do you mean? The light sections were not found by the same trooper. I don't know. Again, I don't know where you got that information. That's incorrect. Oh, Dr. Welcher's going to be a good one. Daryl Brooks parade incident. Oh, yeah, that's right. Forgot about that one. They are inconsistent because they're hit from behind and not in the front. It's not normal. It's not consistent to be hit from behind. Like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even call my sister or my brother. Well, my brother lives in a different state, so not like he's coming, but you know what I mean? Like, you're right. Because then you would have the paint, there. But he wasn't what do you mean? Yeah, I hope so too, because this is brutal. 3 days, like, yep. The plow went down and still never saw him. We literally have video of the plow. When they said they went down, they didn't. So it's amazing to me. Well, I do think you were inferring that, like, it couldn't be trusted because Proctor, but Proctor did not find all the pieces of the tail. I don't know where. That's like saying the exact same thing where they tried to claim that the shirt was in his car for 6 weeks. That never happened. That's not even close to true. Or he had evidence just sitting in evidence bags in his car for weeks. That never happened. None of that ever happened. Like, but that's stuff that was fed to people, that people repeated, and I saw repeated over and over and over. Even after it was clear that that didn't happen and was debunked, they still kept repeating it. Like, yeah, well, I mean, they did use it for jury selection, but she was here when the trial started for a couple of days. So if she was only here for jury selection, why still be taking notes about the jury days into trial? So the timeline is very important, and nothing about Karen Reid's story not only doesn't make sense, there's nothing to corroborate anything she says. As a matter of fact, there are things to show that what she's saying is untrue completely. Like, yeah, I mean, the CERT team is there to do a shoulder-to-shoulder grid search. That's literally their job, is to go out and look for that. But most of the time, it's not in a blizzard. It's not usually in a blizzard. Well, I saw a thing on X that someone sent me, and it is like a pick a story. Like, turn to page 22 if this happened. Turn to page 542 if this happened. It is literally like a pick a story. Like, you know? Well, that's the thing. It wasn't one person. It was not one person. It was more than one person that found it at different times. And that's to be expected here in New England where it snows. When they start plowing the snow, they plow the snow up against your property. So it starts to become these big snowbanks. And to wait, that they become like solid ice. So you have to wait. If there's anything in there, you're going to have to wait until it's gone, until it melts. Like, and it definitely makes a difference when it's facing away or facing towards the car. Like, some things we'll probably never know. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have to have every single answer to every single question asked about this case to have, like, people keep saying, like, well, that's reasonable doubt. No, it's not. You're never going to have every answer in any case. Okay. That's not reasonable doubt. Also, doubt has to be reasonable doubt, not just any doubt. That's not the way it works. Like, interesting. All right. I'm going to let this rest of this play. I'm just skipping down to the bottom of the comments again. I said the same thing. It's the same shape as the bottom of a glass, but now we know she might have had two glasses. You know? Well, that's another thing. I don't know how you would find it weird that they found pieces of evidence that matched the other pieces of evidence they were looking to find because they knew the taillight was missing. No, by definition, she did not lie to the feds. No. Not remembering something like Kerry or remembering a question or having it mean something else the way you're answering it. That's not lying. That's perjury has to be like knowing and willful disregard. Like, that's not, Jen didn't lie to the feds by saying or not saying something she didn't remember at the time, like, or lying to the feds because she thought that they were people who were selling something and not feds. Like, I would have said the same thing. Nope, I'm not that person. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I don't know who these strangers are coming to my house. No, absolutely not. Especially with this case, like, and the harassment, I would have said the same friggin' thing. That's not lying to them. If they called and then you answer and you're like, oh, that's who you are? Sure, come on back. But please let me brush my teeth first so that if I'm talking to you, my bad breath's not in your face. Like, it is a silly, delusional conspiracy. No, you never get all the data. That's not how it works. In any case, like, no. Yeah, I don't know where you got that information. You're saying that when it was reconstructed, that 3 sections and all the pieces from each section was found by one person. That's not true. One trooper, but at different times. No, it wasn't one trooper, but at different times. That's not true. Again, I don't know where you're getting that information. That's factually untrue. That's another thing. The entire town and EMTs and people who actually liked her magically thought, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, I mean, if I'm under pressure and you're asking me a bunch of questions, I'm going to tell you what I can think of off the top of my head. Like, but there's random feds in my house that something seems off. Like, what? Like, just because she didn't tell them every person she called for the last 3 hours or last hour, like, no, that's not lying, because you only remembered 2 of the people that you called when there's a bunch of people asking you questions and you're on the spot. I'd like to see you remember every single tiny little thing on the spot like that when they ask you. Guarantee you won't. I've seen it a billion times. She's definitely a compulsive liar. I try. I try. But it's important that they get the correct information. And if they're repeating information that is factually incorrect, and they can go find the real actual pieces of evidence or things that show that those things are untrue, that is not true, then I would like to make sure that they do. You know what I mean? Like, if they don't, they don't. But at least I was able to tell them. Like, okay, so I'm going to read. I'm going to let this play again, but I have a $20 donation. It says, I'm not going to read the name because it's somebody's government name, obviously. It said, I'm glad I found your channel. I didn't think there was a community out here that supported the JOK family. Glad your channel does. There's not many of us, but there are some of us, and I'm glad that we exist as well. I'm glad that you found us. People are seeming to find us in the last couple of days, last couple of weeks. I've seen a lot of people. Also, I have a $5 donation on PayPal that came through. I'm not going to read the name because this is somebody's government name, of course. And then Jack D sends $21.09 and says, thank you, Elisa, very much. Thank you, Jack. Of course, I appreciate it more than you know, my friend. If you want to make a donation before the stream ends, which will be ending probably in the next half hour or so, you can do so. By these things, Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal, and we have an Apple Pay link we can put in the chat. I don't care if it was 3 minutes. You have feds sitting in your house, okay, asking you a bunch of questions out of nowhere. Like, I'm giving you what I remember right that moment, being on the spot. I mean, sorry, not sorry. Like, well, that's half the problem, Maestro, right? Like, no, she didn't lie because she didn't remember every single person she called. That's not the way it works. Yep, they couldn't all get there. They actually waited until most of them got there before they started, but it's because of the blizzard. That was half the problem. Like, but the picture testimony and on all the other stuff that goes with it shows that multiple people found those pieces of taillight. Justice for JOK is right. Yeah, the straw. And they found that next to John as well. And now Karen told us that he took her glass. Where? TSIA on a free Karen page? Oh, boy. Yeah, that's not factual information. That's not factual, not even a little bit. Not by a goddamn long shot. All right. I'm going to let this play for a second so we can get the rest of this out about the Jeep, because Jackson's trying to make a point about Higgins's Jeep and where it was so that later on you can go back to Higgins's Jeep. Jen doesn't remember. All she remembers is seeing the lights of what would be, we're assuming, is Julie Nagel's brother, Ryan Nagel's truck.
You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here.
Okay.
I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you a question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Ryan Nagel's truck, we've already established that.
Mm-hmm.
What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is left, as you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV,
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it. I mean, it's a 5,000 pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Ryan Higgins' truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck? Or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car there. And in my peripheral vision, I saw lights. And then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
Very well.
All right, jurors, we'll take our lunch and recess.
And I don't think he goes back to that. I think he does maybe actually go back to that questioning after lunch about the tail light. Like, bro, I mean, about there's a clip that they're playing on this. We'll play that real quick. We'll let it play on Law and Crime. They're playing the clip of Karen. Hold on.
You know, it was kind of scowling yesterday.
Yeah.
There were some comments on social media about that when Jen McCabe was on the stand.
Yeah, her
There were
scowling.
some comments that she was scowling. You know, I think it's really difficult because as a defendant, you know, you're sitting there day after day after day, and part of sort of the role you have to play is not only of criminal defendant, but of you know, an individual who lost somebody in your life. So everybody's looking at Karen Reed to say, you know, is she reacting the right way? Is she not reacting the right way? And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, that's human nature, right? We all look at people, we all look at what their reactions are. I think that, you know, that there was some discussion, you know, I talked about it on my page quite a bit about, you know, the idea that she really sort of looks like one of the lawyers at the table. For much of the testimony of a number of witnesses, she didn't even really look up very much. She was on her laptop the whole time. But as you pointed out, you know, when there seems to be more of, you know, civilian witness, maybe someone with a personal connection to the case, she pays a little bit more attention. And those are all things that the jury is going to be picking up on. What they take from that, you know, we don't know, but they're certainly very aware of, you know, her behavior with which witness, how she acts, things like that. Those are things they're paying attention to. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure they are paying attention to Karen Reed's demeanor and everything. I mean, they're told they're supposed to consider what comes in from the witness stand. That's the evidence they're supposed to consider. But you're right. It's human nature. I'm sure they are observing her and how she's acting in the courtroom. What would be the motive? This is from Asia Janae. What would be the motive for Jen and Carrie to go against Karen? I'm not sure that it's been made clear by the defense. I think from their perspective, you know, it all stems from the motivation for, I think from the defense perspective, for Jen and Carrie to be lying to, you know, officers, to, you know, sort of come up with this, whether it was, you know, implanted from Jen McCabe to Kerry Roberts, this idea that potentially Karen hit him, and, you know, so there's 2 against 1. It really ultimately relies on this underlying theory about, you know, that John was killed in the house, that John went in the house and was killed in the house. And as a result of that, this need for Jen McCabe to not only, you know, convince Karen that she hit John, but also to convince Kerry Roberts. So I think from the defense perspective, the way they're trying to present it is that Kerry Roberts was sort of this unwilling victim, and that she's just been sort of, you know, under the watchful eyes of Jen McCabe. Again, whether that's persuasive to the jury, I don't know. It might be. We haven't heard all of the evidence. We haven't even heard the defense present the case themselves. But again, these are the things that, despite not having to prove the reason why, people always want. Everybody always wants a why. They want to know, why would Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts go against Karen? And if there's not an explanation to that, or a reasonable one, they might end up dismissing it.
That's a good point. So let's get to our next question. And neither one of us are medical professionals, but I kind of have my own theory about this. This is from Cajun B31. And guys, I just want to remind you, court should be coming back into session momentarily. But this question asks, why was John O'Keefe's body temperature 80 degrees if he had been outside in the freezing cold for 6 hours? Well, your body temperature normally, they say normal is 98.6 degrees. So if his body temperature was 80 degrees, that's a drop of 18.6 degrees. That's a pretty significant drop. So, I mean, I'm not a medical doctor. I only used to host a medical radio show, and we never really addressed this, but that seems like a pretty significant drop in body temperature, 80 degrees.
Medically.
Even if you're out there for 6 hours. So I think they're wondering why his body
also, that was his body temp at the hospital. That was not his body temp right there on the lawn. Let's make that abundantly clear. There was no reason to say John was an officer. He was off duty. He was not on duty. There's no reason to be screaming officer down. That's not going to make them come faster. To her, that's her friend. That's not just an officer. That's someone she knows who's on the lawn unconscious. She doesn't need to say he's an officer or his name's John. It doesn't matter what his name is. They just need the ambulance to come right away. Everyone else is running around screaming. Jen's trying to be as calm as she humanly can. I'm usually that calm in an emergency because I've been through emergencies before. So I am usually that calm. There was no reason to say he was an officer. There was no reason to say his name. Like, you want the basic information so they can get there as fast as they can. His age, if he's allergic to anything, and what is going on. Cardiac arrest, cool. Or if he's not breathing, that is what you want to tell them. They're not going to get there faster because you say he's an officer. He's not going to get there faster if you tell them his name. Like, none of those things are going to, there was no reason to say he's an officer. He was not actively on duty. You also don't want to say he's an officer and alert them to think that an officer involved shooting or something happened. Like, you don't know that. You're not going to call them and say, Officer O'Keefe is down. Like, that's what happens in the movies. That's not real life. Like, that argument is probably the stupidest argument I've literally ever heard. Like, there's zero motive for Kerry and Jen. They just answered the phone and came out to help. And then they have to deal with this on top of it. Like, it does make everything Jackson tried to do completely useless. Like, I've trauma bonded with a few people myself for that very reason, going through something traumatic together. Like, right? Why did Karen call Jen, or Kerry for that matter? Why did she say he was hit by a plow if she knows that she left him at Fairview? Why didn't she knock on the door? Why didn't she go back there? Why is she waking Kaylee up at 4 a.m. screaming? The only person who has been proven to lie here has been Karen. He like pretended that like he forgot that it was played DJ. Like, I hope Hank just plays it again just because. Like, yeah, and the only person who had a motive and was angry at John about Bella's mom was Karen herself. Like, the nitpicking isn't going to help them because it's not things the jury is going to hear about. So it's like, butt dials and solo cups do not prove Karen's innocence or guilt one way or another. Like, it just isn't. Like, listen, you mess with my friends, my family, or people that I care about, you're going to get the lion. You're going to get the lion. Like, that's a fact. The only one charged is Karen Reed. Let's all remember that. The only person who's been charged thus far in multiple investigations and agencies looking into this has been Karen. Like, I'm 100% serious. There's no reason to scream officer down on the phone. He wasn't actively on duty. You can't be serious acting like that's what should have been said. It's not a serious thing. You're not a serious person. That's what happens is they jump through these hoops of conspiracy. Like, oh, you can't be serious that he doesn't have, that she should just be screaming he's an officer. No, that's not reality. Not by a dumb long shot, dude. Sorry. Like, I get it. I get it, besties. I totally get it. But I at one point thought maybe she did it by accident or whatever. But I definitely think you should go look over the evidence again and not just take people's word for it. Like, you should go look again, because some of the things that you said are not true. And if that's what you believe to be true, when it's not, that sort of shapes the way that you see the case, no? Or think about it. So you kind of have to go back and look at what you were told versus what actually is reality. No, my husband also got a jury summons, but it's not for the middle of the summer. And I'm like, imagine it was for the sewer turtle. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Obviously, he would have to say that he can't because of the conflict, but that would still be funny. Like, well, keep her away from the police till they could try to hire an attorney or get her out of there, you know? Like, there's more than enough evidence to prove that she hit him. Yeah, the defense lawyers and they're lying or not, and their experts. Yeah, that's not going to bode well for them in the long run, you know? There's a lot of evidence to come. Remember this. Remember this. There's lots. Right? And like, yeah, it's like ridiculous amount of hours of like talking about 227, and now that's what we're going to hear about probably next, you know? Like, yep, phone stopped moving forever, seconds later. Like, I would have went out too. If someone called me in a blizzard and someone was missing, I'd have went out too, to be fair. You know, I'm so tired of like the mainstream, to be honest with you. Like, so tired. Honey, the Fed investigation is over. They might be watching, but they're not watching the people you think they are. So you can just keep waiting until we all turn into dust for them to come, you know, down on their ropes and kick in the door of the court and stop this charade. Isn't that what was going to happen in the first trial? They were going to stop this. They couldn't, in good conscience, let this go to trial. Isn't that what Yannetti claimed? And then that very day, the U.S. Attorney's Office had to put a press release out saying that that is not even close to a conversation that they had, never happened. Those are the things that should make people very, very weary of this defense team. She did. She talked about trying to get the phone or try to pull the phone out of his pocket in one of the documentaries. So that's how we know it was on him the entire time. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that. Like, yeah, there's no feds coming. Just FYI. There's no feds coming. You can wait for them if you want, though. ARCA confirmed what? ARCA hasn't worked with the feds in over a year. ARCA also lied to the court and deleted messages and used Signal. So yeah, I'm definitely going to listen to what they have to say. ARCA also confirmed that Karen didn't break her taillight on John's car. Like, I don't know those ones, but I will take your word for it. Like, well, that's the thing. There's not even one cohesive conspiracy theory. There's not even one cohesive conspiracy theory. Yeah, she was the only one trying to save his life, right? We know that that's a lie because Kerry also did CPR on him. And as we can see, the EMTs are doing CPR on him. So clearly she's not the only person. Very clearly. Like, they might be watching the defense and the lies that they put out. But other than that, the feds don't care and they're done. You can ask Leah Foley about that. Like... Yeah, I would have answered the phone too, you know? Yeah, we played it. We played it earlier, Jennifer. You might have missed it, what we did. Like, you know? Oh, I would love to see how they react. It would be amazing. I'll nitpick everything they do and then see how they like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, using a different adjective doesn't mean that they're lying. They're using a different word to describe it. You're never going to say the same thing in 7 different proceedings, because if you did, they'd say, well, that sounds rehearsed. Did you go over your testimony? You sounds like you rehearsed it if you're saying the exact same thing in the exact same. It didn't matter what any of these people did. They're going to be criticized one way or another because people want a conspiracy so badly. Like they can just keep finding one, you know. You're damn right. It's not over when it comes to the defense, but everyone else has been cleared, bub. They've been cleared. They've literally been cleared. Their lawyers were allowed to present that to the court from the U.S. Attorney's Office that they were cleared. The only person who has not been cleared. So I'd love to know how people who have been cleared in an investigation had closed, how they're going to magically swoop on back in. Like, no, she didn't need help. She knew exactly where he was. Like, come on now. Like, yeah, no belt, no shoe. That was missing, remember? Melanie Little told everybody that was missing, but they never found the belt. They never found the shoe. I literally can't. Yeah, we played that. We played it earlier. And yes, every traumatic situation is different for different people. I happen to be someone who's one of the calmer ones because I've been through traumatic situations, but other people, especially if it's their first trauma, they're maybe not so calm. Some people are and some people aren't. Like my sister has epilepsy, so she's had grand mal seizures. I've literally called an ambulance probably at least a dozen times as a kid up to adulthood for my sister. And so I guess as an adult, having more traumatic things happen, I was just way calmer because of it. And I just get calmer every time it happens. So like, because of my life experience at home with a sister with a disability, with medical, like and then again with my child with medical after she was born, I just am calm when it comes to that stuff. Like people just assume that if you're not running around screaming like Karen Reed, that you're calm, so it must be shady. Like, no, that's exactly how I act in an emergency, because if no one else is calm, I need to be calm. Somebody's got to figure out what's going on here, and someone's got to call 911 and help. I remember doing CPR on someone on the ground in between a parking space I was in to stop at Cumberland Farms and the parking space that the person was in. And his friend's like trying to pull his friend out of the car. And he's like, yo, I just picked you up. You're so drunk, dude. You got to get out of the car. And I could see that the dude's lips were turning blue. And I'm like, you got to get him on the ground now. He is overdosing. He is not drunk. And the friend had just picked him up at a VFW, so he had no idea. So there's an empty space in between the two cars. I got him on the ground, started CPR, and dialed 911. I put it right here on the ground next to me as I am administering CPR and asking another woman if she knows CPR so she could switch off with me. The woman didn't. I had to show her, and then she helped switch off until the EMTs got there. But I was very calm, because I knew what I was doing. And I also know that screaming, yelling, that wasn't going to help anyone. Like, was not going to help anyone. Like, no, they're not going to charge anyone. The only person who's going to be charged ever in this is going to be Karen. No, nothing. Apparently, even though they told her to shut the F up the other day, she didn't. So, you know. Yeah, they probably were not expecting to spend their retirement plans with this bullshit. The mother looks like she's kind of just lost. She lets the father just kind of run the show, and she's just like, she's there, but like she's not there. You know what I'm saying? Like the phone movement in the morning. Well, we know that the phone movement in the morning came from maybe Karen pulling at it and then Kerry grabbing it off the ground. But it didn't move until they found him. Like, that's the thing. Like, how do you spin things so much like that you need to like nitpick adjectives to try to say someone lied? Like, that's not reality. Like, yeah, that's another thing. If you're raised in that kind of chaotic environment and you had to call the police a lot, you remain calm, you know? Yeah, I think there was an issue between the families, and so Paul moved his seat, I guess. Good for you, girl. Good for you. Good for you. They definitely spent, a lot and still do. Like, yeah, it's the immediate family because they kicked out the reporters. So, yeah, I don't do the I'm not, hysterical, Well, that's the thing. You want to find a conspiracy. Look at what the feds did in this case, the way that they came into this case and where they took evidence from and what they gave ARCA, how they acted with ARCA during a trial, knowing they were under a sequestration order for the court. Like, come on. Like, all of that is shady business. And that's why Leah Foley shut it down completely after everybody was already cleared anyway. There was no reason to have it still open. Like, I mean, shock can last anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours to sometimes a few days, depending on, you know, it lowers and lowers and lowers. But like, I've been there, believe me. Like, I have CPTSD, so believe me when I say I know. Oh, they do. Just FYI, at least he does. I know for a fact he does, his girlfriend does, and a bunch of other, if his people have it, like he has like over 100. The girlfriend has like 3 dozen at least. If not more. And we know this because of personal conversations that we have of them talking about it. So Hank's doing a great job. Wait, do I not have that one? Is that the part that was clipped out of what I... Maybe I don't have that one. I thought that was the whole thing, but I remember somebody saying earlier that that one was like mainstream media and they clipped out something. He's very calm. You know, it's amazing to me. Like, also a lot of people are like, well, I'm retired law enforcement from 40 years ago, so I know better than you do. Like, what? It doesn't even make any sense. All right, do me a favor. I'm going to see if someone can send me that clip real quick. I have to take a bathroom break because I have to go to the bathroom. Then I give you guys another like 10 minutes, and then I got to go because I am hungry. But while I am in the bathroom, because I have to pee, do me a favor and hit the like button, the subscribe button. There's 530 of you. If you can donate to the channel, it's very helpful on trial days. It's very slow for donations to the channel, and we don't have any other way to cover the costs and stuff. We don't have monetization yet. Still waiting on YouTube. They could hurry up, YouTube. That'd be great. But these are the 3 ways, and we have an Apple Pay link as well. So I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right. I have a $5 donation I just saw from my award-winning mod, Ashley. Thank you, Ashley. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how Peggy O'Keefe does it. She's amazing. She's an amazing lady, that's for sure. She is quite strong. Let's see. Someone at Karen's gallery was told to stop looking at people. Media was told to have to sit and can't stand. Yeah, I heard about that. The media was told that they can't stand, they have to sit. But then, as I pointed out later on, we had reporters standing still. So I was like, huh? Like, what is happening? Like, Spirit, I love you, Anna. I love you so much. I love you. Always with the comedic effect with you guys. You know, once Aiden showed off the Excel file he has with a massive list of accounts and passwords he uses as sock puppet accounts, he said that's what it was and blurred it on the screen. Well, yeah, now he has even more now. Here is the first clue. It's an alt or bot account. The screen name is some format of a name, initial, a long string of numbers. Those are part of a program that creates batch numbers of X profiles. That is a good tidbit, Insider Man. Thank you. It's a good way to figure it out, huh? I played the day before. Damn it. I thought that was the one that we saw from yesterday. God damn it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why she didn't burn him with that. I would have, like, I mean, come on. Sprinkle when you tinkle, stupid, wipe the seat. I have something in the kitchen that says, wash your dishes or I'll punch you in the face, love, mom. You guys know I like my funny signs. I got my daughter one that says, coffee because murder is illegal. Like, she likes her coffee like I do, you know? I like the C word. Maybe I'm part Aussie. My best friend, God rest her soul, she used to say, if people were complaining, stop C-U-N-T-ing. Stop ing. You know? Hold on. The faces. Yeah, she made those in the first trial too, though, you know? No, they were not using AI. Like, that was really her. Like, we streamed the entire first trial too. Like, yeah, she wanted to testify, but because Paul testified, they didn't really think that they needed like a double testimony. Poor Peg, dude. You know? I'm biased in favor of victims. Me too, my friends. I had a friend that died the other day, and I got the phone call, and he just never woke up. He went to sleep, and they tried to wake him up, and he was already gone. We don't even know what happened. And then the ME said it would take 6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks to find out with the autopsy what happened. So I guess we won't find out, but you know, you never know when it's your last time with someone on earth. So try to be kind, try to have patience, try to be kind, because you never know if the next time you see that person, it's going to be in a casket or an urn for that matter. Try to not say mean things, even if you get in a fight. Don't go to sleep at night mad. Don't get off the phone with someone mad, you know, because you just never know. Like, thank God that's not the case. But like, I got the phone call and they were just like, yeah. And it wasn't gentle either. They were like, yeah, he died. And his roommate found him and he just went to sleep that night, did not wake up the next morning. And he was in his 30s. He was not in his 50s or 60s or 70s or 80s. He was in his 30s. So, oh, there is definitely a money trail of that, Insider Man. I guarantee you they probably have it in one of his million devices that they have, you know? Yeah, I agree. Like, the tactics are disgusting and they've been used over and over, and it's not okay. That's the bottom line. He has a VPN, but it's Cloudflare. And so it goes back to like Google hosts his website. He VPNs it so that people think it's GoDaddy. It's not GoDaddy, it's Google. He uses Cloudflare and we've traced it. So like, he's not doing a good job. Just FYI. Just FYI. I traced it a while ago. Like, he's not doing a fantastic job of that. Like, at least for his website, you know? Well, he did. She promised him the first interview that she didn't give. And here's the thing. He keeps saying things like, I went to jail for Karen Reed. No, you went to jail because you committed crimes. It had nothing to do with her. Nobody told you to go to your ex-girlfriend's house. And then he turned that into, it's all a conspiracy against me. It's all a giant conspiracy. I didn't do anything wrong. Everyone's out to get me. It's Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, and it's the state police, and they're all shady, and they're all corrupt, and everybody's out to get me. Me too, not just Karen, but me too. And the fact that anybody believes that at this point is ridiculous. The fact that anybody believes that he did nothing wrong, he's done nothing wrong, like there's no crimes, nothing to see here, that his victim or victims are the problem and not him. You don't realize you're being gaslit? Darvo? No, none of you? Like, it's amazing to me. Like, I have to believe that people are not that silly, ridiculously dumb, but I mean, I guess they are, because Nord, I know, he probably did. Now, most people don't because they will agree that she does not act like a normal human being. Like, and they have turned this into a circus, and John is the one who gets forgotten in all of it. That's why there's billboards. And we went past a beautiful billboard in Braintree that says, remember him. And it's a picture of John. And it's beautiful. I tried to take a picture, Ashley will tell you, but by the time I got the camera out to try to take the picture, because I was just like staring at it, it changed to the next thing on the screen. I was like, God damn it. Like, I tried my best. I tried my best. That's for sure. Like, yeah, I think I am too allergic to the toxic personalities. Like, I can't. Exactly. I think like 5 minutes of a clip is all most people need to see to be like, yeah, this is not a very hinged. The person's very unhinged and needs some serious psychological help. Like, and that's part of his problem is he believes he's untouchable and nothing can ever happen to him. And like, it's right after he walked out of court, he doxed someone. Like, that person has now contacted the court. Like, what do you think is going to happen? You think the judge is going to be like, oh, cool, great idea. It's freedom of speech. All you want, bro. Walk out the court and then spit in the court's face? Yeah, they'll definitely love that. Definitely. He can't get out of his own way. Literally. WordPress. Right? Well, as far as I know, it's Google because I made a complaint about the picture that he used of Lindsay's daughter because she's a minor. And I made the complaint and Cloudflare sent me to his actual operating, which is Google, to make the ultimate complaint. And they, in turn, told him, you take it down or we take it down. And they blurred it. So, ew, gross. I would never use Nord for that one reason only. Yeah, dumb isn't even the word. It's like worse. Like, you'll never catch me. It's like, geez, guys, Diary of a Wimpy Stewart Turtle Part 2. Timothy Bradle. Your Honor, please. Your Honor, please. Please. Don't let us come back here. Like, no, we need insta karma. We need insta karma. Like, oh, definitely, 100%. Narcissism, ego, like all of it. All of it times 10. I've never seen somebody project as much as he does. Like, literally, he will accuse people of doing things that he is literally currently doing. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. And I do believe his brain needs to be studied one day. Like, if he gets caught enough, maybe he flips. Oh, I'm sure there is, right? It's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. I'm sure there is. Jack, me too. And I want to know why the lawmakers of this state think that these are appropriate things that people should be running around doing. So if you just dog whistle, no, he's not a medical doctor. Not even close. No, we did not figure out where she went. But like, it has been lost apparently on people. Fronted by Cloudflare. All right. A sister wife. You guys are cracking me up. But the amount of stuff that you're just telling the world that if you just use dog whistles and veiled threats, that we can just say it's freedom of speech and all is good. Nobody, and I mean nobody, dickhead personality disorder. I love this. This is my new favorite tweet or comment of the day, Francesca. Dickhead personality disorder. They are kind of Mormon-esque. Like, yeah, he was a dean, but he also invested lots of money, just like she did, because she worked at Fidelity. Skipping a meal a day. Well, that's concerning. I mean, I skip meals when I have to buy groceries for my family. So if I don't have a ton of groceries and I have to go grocery shopping, I'll skip lunch myself because I'm the only one home right now during lunch. But like, to skip it to give it to Karen so that she gets off, and because I mean, she's already, even in her interviews, said like, I can't wait till this is over so I can go get a drink. You've already had drinks. She's acting like she's not in pictures with drinks currently or drinking currently when she clearly very much is. I'm sorry, but like, no one else would have gotten away with not getting alcohol testing on this case. Let's just make that abundantly clear. So if you want to talk about status and white privilege or anything like that, You can see it in Karen, because no other case would you have been accused of a DUI, manslaughter, or murder and then gotten away with not having alcohol testing on your pretrial probation. Me, you, or anyone else would have that if you were not rich. So let's just make that abundantly clear. I have watched the court systems in Massachusetts for a long time. I've never seen someone accused of a crime like that not have that on their stuff. Ever. Oh, yeah, Alex Jones got sued for a lot. Like, well, that's the problem, right? He incited other people to do this stuff. That's exactly what he's doing. So it's like, what do you think is going to happen in the long run? You think you're just going to walk out the door and everything's going to be gravy? Yeah, no, that's not what's going to happen. I could think of a billion things to do fundraisers for. Like, I have to go to Pennsylvania with my kid. Like, that's going to be pricey. And I am not a rich person. Like, there's a billion things you could do fundraisers for. Your neighbor might need groceries. Go fundraise for that. Like, you know, shit. But that's not one of them. To give money to, so she can stay at the Seaport Hotel? Why didn't she stay at a hotel in Dedham? She claimed it was to get to her court case, but there's multiple hotels in Dedham. Why not stay at one of those? Like, yeah, I've seen some of those. But she doesn't care. I mean, she asked them to, right? Nathan Reed asked them to. He asked them to lower their grocery bills and give, get a small pizza instead of a large and give, that he needs all their giving and all of their money. And he also said, for all of you who have left, please come back. What does that tell you? That plenty of people have left this realizing what a farce it was. I mean, look at the numbers of people standing outside currently during this trial. It's about a dozen, maybe 24 tops on any given day. Not the ridiculousness you saw last trial. You know? I have never seen anybody announce drinking so much, but you have plenty of like the inside cult members that love to announce when they pick up their medications and like when they go get their Adderall. I don't know. Is that like code for like wanting to sell it to the other members of the cult? I don't understand. Like, well, that's true. That's also true. Like wishing someone's house would burn down their inside for revenge. Like that was crazy nonsense. Like that's exactly Dixie Doodles. Took the words out of my mouth, my friend. All right, guys, listen, I'm hungry. I want to go eat lunch. I do love all your stinking faces. I will be back at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning for trial. We will see how the rest of this probably 2 hours plus of Jackson is before we see the recross, but we want to see the recross. We want to see the recross. I did. I said, I read it. It said $5 from your award-winning mod. I read that part, Ash. Yes, even yours. I love all your stinking faces, even yours. You've been here for a while. You didn't just pop up right now. Even yours. I love all your stinking faces. Healthy debates are good. Healthy debates are good, guys. This is how we figure shit out, right? Like, this is how we figure stuff out, is having healthy debates. They're good. They're not bad things. They're good, all right? Like, remember this. All right, on my way out, I will ask that you guys hit the like button if you already didn't, hit the subscribe button if you just found us today, which some of you have, and I am glad that you found us. Please share it with someone else you know that doesn't know we exist, because there are people finding us every week, and it's appreciative. I'm glad you guys are. If you can make a donation to the channel, please do. It is very difficult during trial weeks for the channel. It's a lot slower when it comes to donations, and it's our only way of surviving this channel. So we appreciate it. We love you guys to pieces. My replay crew, you guys are just as important. Always, if any donations come in when I am not live anymore, they'll be read on the next live, minus, government names and all that. We like to keep people anonymous if we can. Love you guys so much. And I will see you at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow with your coffees or teas. I'm outie.